I was on the phone, and I needed to make sure that that was going well. So you guys are gonna get to see baby Bryce J, little girl Elsie, for probably about the first 30 to 45 minutes of the stream. And watch her while my wife runs to the store and grabs some stuff that she needs. That'll be fun. Boom.
Bryce, I'm not gonna be able to be on live. I'm busy. I just want to say I love you.
Oh, thank you, dude. Love you too.
Can you kick me? You fucking piece of shit.
How you doing today, my friend?
Insane, bro. Doing good, man. Hanging out.
How are you guys?
Doing good, bro. I gotta change the prompt because this is not the prompt for tonight, but I'll do that here. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. What's up?
So, wait. Do you want to go first, or should I go first?
I mean,
There's
it's
two people on
open panel, man. Tempo. The guy that's in here with me is Orthodox Christian, so.
Oh, okay.
You can say whatever.
So I'm like, I guess you could say formally Orthodox, not as in like formally as in used to be, but like, how do I put this? I'm confirmed into the church, and I was baptized into the church. So I know a decent amount of theology, so it's not like I'm going to be one of those guys where it's like, oh, if God real, why bad thing happen? But like, I have a couple issues with the theology.
Okay, well, like what?
So, the monarchy of the Father, I found one issue with it. If the Son,
you discovered
is
a new
begotten,
issue,
but the what's it called? Holy Spirit is processed. What's the difference between the begetting and the procession?
What's the difference between begetting and procession?
Yeah, because it seems like in the model there's not really much difference.
Well, I mean, there is a difference, right? So the fathers unanimously declare that procession is not begetting, right? And then they say that they don't understand the modality of this difference, but there is an obvious difference between procession and begetting. And so like, for example, the formal constituent that is given to the person who comes into existence that way. Like, for example, if we say that the strip moderator role of admin.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying this is the issue. The fact that we say there's a difference, but we don't really know what this difference is, but we know there's a difference and we have to have faith that there's a difference. It's kind of like, doesn't this kind of have a slight issue? Well, you get where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, man. I gotta do something quick. Apparently there's an OPSEC problem going on in my Discord server. I gotta delete all my mods.
You gotta delete all your mods. What are they doing? Some sketch shit or something?
No, I think that like one person might have gotten hacked or something like that. And the server is a pretty big Discord server. So they may be trying to screw with it. Second. Alright. Everybody was removed from the moderator role. Alright, anyway, sorry. So go ahead, man. Again, I'm sorry. I had to deal with that real quick.
So my issue is though there's like a difference, but we don't know what the difference is.
Modality of the difference.
I'm not saying that's not a good answer, but what I'm saying is if you lack faith already, it's not very convincing.
Well, the difference would the difference would actually be in the formal constituent that is given to the person that is caused by it. So if we think of it from the perspective of like the Son, when he's begotten, he is constituted and receives sonship as a property of his, right? The Holy Spirit, when he proceeds, he does not receive sonship. So that's automatically showing that there's some form of real distinction, and the formal constituent that is on the end of the relation can show that, right?
So what's the sonship? Is it just being able to take
being born of the Father instead of breathed from? So it's a different method, but we don't know the modality in which God births and which God breathes. We don't know the modality of that.
But let's say it's pre-conceivation. Would there be any like physical difference we could point out before Christ is conceived?
Before Christ is conceived? Are you saying like, can we know like if the Holy Spirit proceeds prior to like constituting Christ logically?
Well, what I'm saying is like, let's say you put it even like before the world is made and there's just God and the three persons. Christ as a like person, as a human doesn't exist yet, but his godly nature would. So in that case, what is really the difference?
I mean, like I said, like we don't know the true modality, man. We have to use anthropomorphic language to actually try to make any form of analogy to reach that conclusion. That's why I'm saying that like there's you're able to make certain arguments. One of the roles of the Son is to manifest the Spirit, so then therefore the Spirit cannot be the Son, because the Son must manifest the Spirit. So it's a non-subsistent eternal relation.
Right.
It does not want to cooperate.
Yeah, I kind of understand what you mean. So like, the difference within the procession and begotten is literally how it comes out as the person.
Yeah, the method in which you come from the Father.
Right, yeah. That makes a bit more sense then. Can I tell you another one I had? It's like another thing of, it's not really the fact that it doesn't make sense, but more of a thing that's just not really convincing.
Yeah, I mean, like, I understand that, like, it may not be convincing, man, but at the end of the day, like, nobody's going to be able to fully declare the modality of God. You know what I mean? Like,
no, yeah, I get that.
We can use certain examples to show how something would be the case, right? And we can show how there is a real distinction between the Son and the Spirit, but at the same time, that doesn't prove, obviously, the modality of that difference, but it proves that there is at least a definite difference. It has to be.
Yeah. It does cause, like, sometimes when I look into these sorts of things, or, like, I look at it, I'm a bit like, how do I put it? It can feel a bit underwhelming not getting, like, looking it up and not seeing that it's not so much, like, a clear and cut answer, but more like, you just kind of... Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know how to, like, put it.
I'm not really. So you're talking about like people that just kind of like don't make any arguments?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like when you look it up and you see that sort of thing of like what you said, and it may not be convincing, but it makes sense. It's like the only answer we have. It's like, how do I put it? It's not really convincing. It doesn't really feel satisfying to see. Do you get what I mean?
I mean, I understand it may not feel satisfying, but the fact that you're not personally convinced, though, doesn't determine whether or not something is actually the case or not, right? That would
I agree with you on that.
Incredulity.
I do agree with you on that. Can I bring up one other like sort of thing that's kind of like that?
Yeah, 1 sec. I had to figure out how to use the robot suit.
All right.
Dang, thing's all messed up. Are we getting?
Yo, Bryce, is your kid ready to give a full syllogism from Leontius of Jerusalem?
Yes. Correct.
W.
Bro, Temple, I've been going on a world tour, bro. I'm on a world tour talking to Protestants, Muslims, everybody, bro. I'm not liking what I'm seeing, though, bro. Everybody. I'm on everybody most wanted list right now, bro. I gotta lay low.
Hey, by the way, if you didn't see what I texted you, I got work off tomorrow, so I'll be able to pick you up when you land.
Yeah.
Oh my, I'm so mad. So mad. So mad. So mad. So mad.
By the way, I got a question. But I'm gonna wait till later on.
No, you're good. I'm turn this light off. What's up? What's your question?
I just want to know if I just want to know what you think of this argument
Elijah, your internet is like absolutely terrible.
Yo, he's walking through the toll houses, bro. What's happening? Dude, what the?
Oh no!
Yeah, he's got to be like
All right, he's out of here,
in
bro.
purgatory or somewhere.
Hey, bro's doing
That's a connection.
How's that possible? It doesn't exist.
Good one. He's got to be like.
Oh, he's gonna try and join back.
Dang, bro just said straight up it don't exist. Yeah, so me and Justin were talking about filioque. All right, I just need to know if this was a good argument, because I can run an argument, it could work, and it could like not be solid though. He just doesn't know that. All right, but basically, I asked him about are hypostatic properties going to be, like, are we individuating the hypostasis based on what's not in common amongst the persons? Right. And he said, yeah. And then he goes on to say that there are hypostatic properties that the Father and Son share in. Right. And so as the line of questioning goes like further and further down, I bring up, and by the way, this is just me trying to run Palamas's arguments, right? So as we go further and further down the line, I bring up this quote from St. John Damascus where he says, we recognize the hypostasis in three properties. And so he says, the uncaused and paternal, the caused and filial, and the caused and spirated, right, or processed. And so I say to Justin, because St. John Damascus says we only recognize these persons, like only in these hypostatic properties, we have to say that paternal encompasses both the processions. If not, then what's wrapped up in the Father's hypostasis is one relation, right? No. This was the argument that I was giving him. I was saying to him, if St. John Damascus says we identify the persons only in these three hypostatic properties, when St. John Damascus says the uncaused and paternal, paternity would have to cover both relationships between the Father and the Son and the Father and the Spirit. And so for Justin, he's like, yeah, bro, paternity only brings to mind one relationship. It only bears in itself one relationship. And so yeah, well, it's not wrong in the sense of like generally what the term is going to like communicate. But what St. Gregory Palamas says in the Triads is that paternal or when St. John Damascus says paternal, it has to cover both the generations there, because we're identifying the hypostasis of the Father. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What the thing is in reality, right? And then the formal being would be like the conception of that thing, or the conception that is derived from that thing in reality. So with that being said, the paternity in an annotative sense is something that directly connects Father to the Son, and formally it also denotes that the Son possesses sonship. So paternity necessitates that whoever receives from paternity receives sonship, right? So you can't exactly say that paternity is identical to active spiration, because if it's identical to active spiration, then that means that the Spirit would also then therefore have sonship as well. The Holy Spirit would have it.
And so, well, what I said to him, because I was kind of trying to incorporate his system. Basically, what I was saying to him is like, fit your system like into St. John Damascus right here when he's identifying the hypostasis. And so what I was saying to him is like, yo, and this is why I want to know if it's a good argument. It worked, but I just don't know if it's solid all the way through. Is what I said to him is, okay, if paternity right here only denotes one procession and one relation with the Father to the Son, then you would have to say what's wrapped up in the hypostasis of the Father is that he bears a relationship to one person. Bears a relationship to one person.
No, so like, it's also known, like especially in the Eastern position, that another way that you could constitute the Father when you're referring to the Holy Spirit is calling the Father the Spirit, the Spirator. Spirit. Right. So that's okay.
Hey, dude.
Skip through these. There we go.
Because
you have to remember that like a relation directly relates to another, right? If there's one relation that denotes the Son, and then that same relation also denotes the Holy Spirit directly, it can't annotatively do that, it can't formally do that, meaning that the only other option left you'd have to basically bite a really bad bullet and say that it partially defines the Father. So the Father must be constituted by the Holy Spirit and the Son. That then makes the Father composite.
Okay. So, well, I guess now I have to ask is that, what do we say? Because in one sense, if we say like uncaused cause, that could constitute two relations that directly correlate to the Father. But here, when St. John Damascus talks about paternity, the Father having as its hypostatic property or identifier and marker paternity, how could we derive in Orthodoxy a connection to the Spirit?
Due to the fact that the Father is uncaused and the Spirit is caused, and the method in which he is caused is by procession. That's how you come to that.
So we would say that the procession of the Holy Spirit is implied, but it's not explicitly said.
It is explicit, actually. The Fathers pretty unanimously affirm that procession is not begetting.
No, not that it's. I'm simply speaking from the standpoint of the quote in which I was arguing with him is when St. John Damascus says we identify the divine hypostasis only in three properties. So when he says the uncaused and paternal, right? How would we derive from him saying uncaused and paternal a relationship with the...
Yeah, but paternity is a formal constituent, right? That denotes a relation. Paternity itself is not the relation. The relation would simply be unbegotten and begotten. Right. But then the paternity is what constitutes.
Okay.
So if one is precise, if one is preceded and uncaused and then caused, right, then we can still make that delineation. As well as in Eastern Orthodoxy, of course, you can say another way that you can show a distinction between the Son and the Spirit is by using eternal manifestation, the non-subsistent eternal relation, where the Son is the manifester of the Spirit and the Spirit is the manifested of the Son. And so due to that, they can't be each other.
Okay, I got another question. Is one of the things that I brought up is that we identify the persons by what they don't have in common.
Yeah, that would be something they don't have in common.
Right. So one of the things that Justin brought up was active spiration, and he said that it was hypostatic, but he also said that the property is identical in the two. How do they kind of like work that out?
Here,
I guess.
So right here, St. John of Damascus says an exact exposition on the Orthodox Faith, Book 1, Chapter 7. He says, "For we recognize one God, but only in the attributes of fatherhood, sonship, and procession, both in respect of cause and effect, and in the perfection of subsistence." The perfection of subsistence is the thing that they have because of the way that which they come from the Father. So it's not just simply due to like some form of opposition. It's not directly due. So think of it like this. The way you can say that the Holy Spirit is not the Son is because the Holy Spirit does not possess sonship. Therefore, he can't be him.
So we would say that, let me see if I could like kind of precisely say what I'm saying or try to get across what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
When we say that how we're identifying the Father is because he's paternal, he has a son, right? Are we saying that we know that there's a Holy Spirit and that he's processed when we say these words based like solely on divine revelation?
And that's an epistemic argument. You can do that too. I've made that argument against Justin before.
No, it's just a claim, bro.
Yeah. So you could say it in that light. But it is honestly better. It's better to use something like eternal manifestation or using relations of origin, or the West likes to call it disparate relations. Absolute repugnance of two things that don't directly oppose each other. So because of the fact that they possess different properties, because of the way in which they come from the Father, they can't be each other.
Okay. Another thing that St. Gregory Palamas was harping on in the quote was that not only was the Father identified solely off of uncaused, it's also only identified in St. John Damascus' view as caused and filial, like only in St. John Damascus' view. Do you think this is...
The thing I just read was St. John of Damascus, though. Did you hear what he said?
My fault, can you read it again?
"For we recognize one God, but only in the attributes of Father, Sonship, and Procession, both in respect of cause and effect, and in their perfection of subsistence. That is, manner of existence. Do we perceive a difference?"
Do you think that these I mean, the whole book is basically anti-filial quote from St. John Damascus, but do you think that statement alone has enough force or explanatory force in and of itself to completely block out any idea of filial quote?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, in the same chapter, he also says the Holy Spirit is one spirit going forth from the Father, but not in the manner of sonship, but in procession. That automatically shows that there's a difference just even from that, from the way they're constituted. They're constituted differently in the way in which they come from the Father. By the way, Carlos, since you're like calling people out for some reason in chat, you're more than welcome to come up here if you want to talk about Filioque or Gregory Palamas or whatever. You're more than welcome to come up here and talk to me.
Bryce, I was wondering if I could ask something, your personal opinion on something.
Okay.
Because you seem like very well versed in like theology and so on to do with Eastern Orthodoxy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to glaze or anything, but my sort of view that I've seen online is tons of young sort of like convertodox, I'll call them, come in. They really like the theology. They really like the aesthetics, and they try and read and they read and they read and they read, and then after a couple months they just get burnt out. Would you say that's because they're not praying enough or practicing enough as much as they read theology?
Yeah, they're just studying philosophy at that point.
What, like, what's it called? Just like, I'm trying to think of what it's called. Like intellectualism. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, would you say it's difficult to get into the theology? Because I've seen people say that as much as you're doing theology, you need to be praying. Wouldn't that be going into almost like hesychasm?
Not exactly. No. Like not everybody can do hesychasm.
was gonna say like
just prayer
beginners,
in general. Like prayer in
like
general, and maintaining a
beginners.
spiritual life, partaking in the Eucharist,
Yeah,
partaking in like just the sacraments in general, like those things are necessary in order to be able to perform these other things like apologetics and things like that. And so a lot
yeah,
of these inquirers and the catechumens, they get into orthodoxy because they're intellectually convinced, and then they keep studying intellectually and not actually engaging in the spiritual aspect of life, not attending liturgy, things like that, which then causes them to get burnt out and quit or become just a like an ortho bro that pretty much just like is an absolute noose.
yeah. So
Saint Maximus the Confessor says, "The true theologian is the one who prays."
yeah. So when it comes down to like the sort of thing of liturgy, I've seen lots of like statistics online saying that most people in like really Eastern Orthodox countries only attend maybe like once a month, maybe less. Would you say being religious in Eastern Orthodoxy isn't really about going to church as much, though it would include that, but at home, almost like separate veneration, prayer? I don't know about worship, because worship would be the Eucharist, wouldn't it?
Being religious at home is just as important as church is. You know what I mean? Like church is extremely important because you can only get the sacraments there, but when you go home, you should be participating in the spiritual life anyway. You know what I mean?
I mean,
So like there shouldn't be like a I'm not at church anymore mindset. You know what I mean?
yeah, but I mean, in an Eastern Orthodox country, surely like with stuff like confession and some sacraments, of course, not like the Eucharist, but like confession and helping the sick and so on, wouldn't that be possibly done outside of church, since they might have a local priest who like might live down the road? They might just do it at his house.
But like helping the sick and things like that.
uh, I'll give an example. My priest, who is very old, I would have to go and visit his house because he couldn't go to church most days to do a confession. So we would catch buses to go to his house so we could do confession at his. Do you get what I mean by like outside of church still doing spirituality?
Yeah, like I get that part. It's just as long
Would you
as
say
attending
that's
church is absolutely necessary, though.
yeah?
Absolutely necessary.
So
The
why do you
amount
think
that you
these
go.
countries?
Go ahead.
So why do you think these countries were like Eastern Orthodoxy potent, like Greece, Russia, Romania, Bulgaria, they're not really having high church attendance?
I mean, like a big reason behind that could simply just be the fact that like a lot of those people might just be culturally orthodox.
True, yeah.
They may just be orthodox because that's like what they grew up in, and they're not actually invested in the church. They just go because their parents have them go.
Yeah,
Same thing with like Catholics, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of people that profess to be Catholic, but they go to church on Easter and Christmas.
true.
It's a cultural Christian. It's not an actual practicing Christian.
Yeah.
Their life
Interesting to it,
their life may be like completely sinful and unrepentant at home, but then they go to church on Christmas or something, and then they get a little bit of spark back just from like witnessing the liturgy. Then they may just go back to whatever they were doing prior to that, or they might end up start getting serious about their faith. It depends on their own understanding.
Yeah. Another thing I'd want to like ask about is
Can I add something onto that real quick? I'm sorry to cut you off. Like, also at the same time, you got to remember that some people in their lives have jobs that, they can't go to liturgy, say, every week or attend every Vesper service, right?
Or they live really far away.
So, yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
sometimes they can only make a commute once a month, right? So, like, that's also a factor into that.
yeah, fair. Well, what was I gonna say? I forgot for a sec what I was gonna say. Something to do with combat. Oh yeah. Do you think lots of converts come in just because of almost like seeing it's a version of Christianity that's quote unquote not like the other ones where they might become almost like semi-Pelagian, and they might only really go for like the aesthetics and kind of like the novelty because it's Eastern. Do you think that's a common thing or no?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely people that join for the aesthetic, you know, and usually those are the people that either burn out or they end up converting to something else before they're even baptized.
Yeah. I mean, with the semi-Pelagian thing, have you ever encountered that? Like people being like, maybe, like, how do I put this? I've heard some people say hell doesn't really exist, but it's just like Sheol. And then like after a while, when it's God's kingdom, they're just not really going to enjoy it.
That's not really the Orthodox position, if I'm going to be real with you. I mean, like, the actual position is that Orthodox, like, there is hell, but heaven and hell are not like separate realities. They're the same reality, but different states of being.
Different states of being.
Yeah, so everybody returns to the Creator in the end, right?
Yeah.
So God also provides His love to all.
Yeah.
But if you're wicked, that love that you receive is going to agonize you.
Yeah.
You're gonna hate God's love, and it's gonna be torturous.
Yeah. So, what was it? There was like one last thing, then I'm probably gonna go bad. I'm trying to think back to what it was. Give me 1 sec, I'll go on mute.
Oh yeah, Bryce, this AI music go hard. Yeah.
What?
This AI music go hard. Yeah.
It does go hard, bro.
Bro, that's not. Oh nah.
Yep. They're just AI boom bap beats, bro, because I love that type of beat.
Yeah, I got another question. I don't know what bro doing.
Go ahead. What is it?
Yeah. See, I can't ask people about their stuff anymore without them trying to full on debate me, man. So, have you looked into Calvinism?
Yeah, I looked into it a little bit. I think Calvin's Trinity is ridiculous.
It's not just his Trinity, his concepts on his conception of predestination, of grace, is absolutely cooked.
Hello, my friend, schoolboy.
Calvinism literally makes God into an absolute monster.
I was talking to some Calvinists. They were saying like there's only one form of Calvinism. There's not many stuff like this.
Which isn't even true.
That's
like
not
when
true.
it comes down to it, you have different levels. Like tulip is like classical Calvinism, total depravity, unconditional election, limited atonement, irresistible grace, and perseverance of the saints. That is like the core of Calvinist doctrine.
Hey, Bryce, can I ask one last thing before I go back, like real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was the thing I forgot. Do you think, so often when I see people talk theology online and they're Orthodox, I don't know if this comes from like a lack of like what Catholics might call like universal magisterium or something like that. But I see tons of people with their own sort of like, they're still Orthodox theology and taken from the church fathers, but they might really heavily take from one sort of idea of theology more than others. So you could get some like guy on like, I don't know, Twitter that might call himself Augustine.
Can I interrupt, because I know exactly what you're talking about right now, and I don't need you to give a full explanation of it.
Oh yeah, go on.
The problem is a lot of people read certain church fathers or certain schools and they gravitate towards these understandings, right? These little pockets of orthodoxy that have existed. And the language that is used is not always easily translated into English, or it is phrased in such a way for the culture of that area at that time. And they're not looking at doctrine as a holistic approach, right? They're looking through it in it still a very Western mode of thinking. And that's not to say that like orthodoxy can't be, you don't have to be Eastern to be Orthodox.
Yeah.
But the approach is completely foreign to the mind of Christ. The phronema is not there.
Now, yeah, I know what you're talking about. This wasn't exactly what I was on about. I was like thinking someone might read a certain church father, or they might read certain schools, like as you said before, but they might really just take from one, and it might be completely different to another person I speak to. So some person might be like really Augustinian, always talking about guilt and so on. And another person might be almost like, as I said earlier, semi-Pelagian, and it might just be no guilt at all, just completely like, oh, you're sick and God wants to heal you. He's not angry at all. While the other guy's like, oh, God hates us. Well, not hates us, but really, really angry with us. Do you get what I mean?
I think you're being, there's a little bit too strict of language, because even that semi-Pelagian, there's no personal guilt. We are born without personal guilt, but we still have the stain of original sin, right?
No, yeah, they'll almost be like, not fully denying that, but like going across those lines that
there is an implication when the way that they portray it, right? There's not.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep, and sometimes the pendulum swings too far against the Western conception of these things, right? So
yeah,
a lot of people that, and a lot of converts. I mean, I know that early on for me, my understanding was very much like, oh, like I come from a Catholic background, so it was like a lot of my understanding was, we think in dialectics, right? That's the Western mode of thinking. That's what we're taught to think. But that is not the mind of the church. Like we have this, in the West specifically, we have this very either or type thinking. But the mind of the church is not an either or, it's a both and, right?
Yeah.
So it takes a level of learning and unlearning to come to these things in the fullness of these doctrines, the fullness of these truths. But there is only one truth. So there isn't an either or at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Can I ask, Romanos, are you saying that, because you brought the universal magisterium, do you think that the, freaking Nathan in the comments, do you think that Rome like offers a solution to this? Do you think they're less divided?
I mean, not really.
No, I think he's looking for more of the positive account.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
he said
with
lack
Rome,
of because he said lack of universal magisterium. So like,
yeah,
that's why
because the churches are autonomous. I think this might be like part of the reason why you see these guys who might have like slightly different theology to one another.
I think a lot of it comes from, again, like I said, not looking at it as a holistic picture. So like you have a lot of these specifically, like I'll give one example. A lot of Russian saints that use a very juridical type language, right? When it comes to original sin, that seems to echo the Western conception, the Calvinist conception at times, and even earlier Catholic doctrine of original sin, right? Like very juridical.
Well, yeah,
a lot of that comes from even the Russian language itself. Different languages can express different things in different ways.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like even just reading a book translated from Russian, you can tell it wasn't originally English.
Yeah. So here's actually a really interesting thing that I learned recently. My godmother is 90 years old. She is a Russian woman that attends a Greek parish. She is an iconographer. Her family comes from let me put it this way. Her grandfather was the last vice president of the Tsar's Duma before the Bolshevik Revolution. She comes from an aristocratic Russian family that fled Russia during the Bolshevik Revolution, and they fled to France, and then she moved over here with her family to New York, and then they spread out from there. But let me give you an example of this. You'll hear a lot of people say that we don't say that icons are painted, they are written, right?
Yeah.
You realize why that is?
Why?
Because in Russian, to paint a room, to paint a wall is a different word than to paint a picture. but the same word to paint a picture is to write.
Wow. That is quite...
So when she talks about it in English, she talks about painting icons, and she has no problem with saying that.
Yeah.
She said, no, this is a misconception that people have. That's nonsense. That's literally her. She's 90 years old. She has a heavy accent. She speaks Russian, French, English. And yeah, she just kind of laughs about it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, also, I wanted to ask one last... This will be the last thing now, because you just brought up on my mind. Why is, like, outside of dialectical materialism, with the fact that it's, like, denying all ontological things, why is communism, like, forbidden or condemned by the church?
Because
outside of just...
Because it's godless.
Yeah, I mean, like, outside of just the fact that it's, like, secular. Like, if you were to...
It's the only purely godless form of religion there is.
The system
I mean,
has
form of government, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the system itself, like, it's based off of atheism. Like, that's the whole point of its existence, is the fact that religion brings you into a certain group or class of people. Right, and in communism, there's no different classes in their view, so you can't have that. Right, like that's part of like the view. If you were to say that, like, oh well, what if we just remove that part, or what if we just remove this part and then that part, right? Eventually, it's no longer communism, and when does it then eventually just become low-tier socialism, which ends up actually just being a democracy that has less classes, right? So like communism. That specific belief is rooted in a specific person that started said system. And so you can't remove epistemic foundation from a system and then still say it's that system at the same time.
Right.
That's why saying, like, what if we just get rid of like, for example, like the atheist part, and then it's not communism, because that defeats the point of why communism was built in the first place.
What about socialism? Is socialism condemned?
No. Like a generic socialism is not condemned. Because socialism is workers what? Say that again.
Means of conduction.
Workers seizing the means of production is what you said?
Yeah, is that condemned?
No. Granted,
Okay.
it doesn't work with the historical Orthodox position of a monarchy. Right, of a theocracy. Yeah. You can't really have a socialist theocracy. That's not possible. Right.
I mean, it depends whether you would believe in, like, a separation of church and state, wouldn't you?
I mean, I believe in a theocracy, so not exactly.
I mean, not specifically you, but, like, if another person was to believe in, like, the separation of that, they could be a socialist and Orthodox at the same time, could they not?
I mean, if they believe that it should be separated, you know, like there's nothing dogmatic that states you have to affirm that theocracy is the only method of valid government, right? Like that's not something that Christ talked about. Different church fathers had different opinions based off of history, right? Like for like me personally, I would love a Byzantine Empire if we could have one. I would love the American Orthodox Empire. That'd be dope. Not gonna get that. Just not gonna happen. There's way too many freaking freaks.
Wow. I think it's gonna happen.
I mean, I think America will become holy, but it won't become an Orthodox empire. Like the whole the theocracy, the monarchy.
Not with that attitude.
Brother, I'm telling you, I want it. But I also think of things in the ways in which you see people, and knowing how the American people are, and the fact that pretty much they're all whiny bitches, that system would never work.
We would need a reset. Well, we would need a reset.
Yeah, there would have to be a definite reset, bro.
Even like the conservatives are like liberal.
The last time somebody tried to do tried to do a reset, they wore red armbands. So it's
the problem is that the quote unquote conservatives are also Zionists. That's the issue.
Yeah, they're not actually.
So it's like, yeah.
No,
So
but
there's
I mean, like, all their sorts of conservative views aren't even like that traditional. Like, women staying home with the kids is like a 1940s idea.
That's an idea. I mean, that's an idea that's technically speaking been through thousands of years.
Not really, because they would work in the fields as well, and they would also do at-home jobs. Like,
Yeah,
to
at home
still bring
jobs
in
though,
money.
implying that you're still like for like you gotta remember, like in Christianity, we follow like the culture of like Hebrew culture, right? And like the original tradition and culture in which that they practiced, and they followed it in that method of the woman staying home being under the man in that method, right? Like that was the whole point of that. That's why that's in the New Testament all over the place, right? About like how there should be a direct separation of the authority of men and women. And I mean, mine's anecdotal, of course, but like I'm kind of like a personal example of that. Me and my wife fought a lot when me and her were both like equal breadwinners that both worked the same hours every single day and both came home at the same time. Because guess what we fought about?
Yeah.
Who had to do shit at home? I worked harder than you. No, I worked harder than you today. Crazy dangerous dynamic.
Yeah. That's fair. Well, I mean, I'm probably gonna go to bed now, so I hope you guys have a good night.
Oh, yeah. You have a good one, man. Thanks for your questions. Those are nice. They weren't brain
Thanks,
rot.
dude.
So can I start asking more questions about Calvinism?
Yeah, you can. I don't know how efficient that's going to be for me, because like I said, like I don't know a lot about it. I've done a little bit of research into their theology, but not too much, like, or their triadology. But I'm really bad at soteriology still. So if it's like soteriology shit, I'm not going to be good for you.
Wait, is it true that they believe that the Son is our say?
Yes. Called
Where
autotheos.
does that derive?
It's called
there's some nuance. There's some nuance
autotheos.
to it, though.
Autotheos theology. Actually,
There's
Luigi
some
used to be a
nuance
Calvinist.
to it, though.
Can you explain?
Yeah. So even Dr. Bo Branson even brings up that like his in recent years his reading of Calvin has shifted, and like he thinks that basically that Calvin still believed in like a monarchy. Like he didn't believe that there was like full equality like in the three persons. Like he would still say that the Father is a unique like source, but that he grants the Son, like I'll say autotheos basically. Which to us sounds weird, right? Because like to us it's like, how can you grant something when that thing itself means like, you know, to not be from another, right? Like seems like a contradiction. But anyways, do you have questions about their soteriology?
I was really trying to get them to break it down for me because they believe a lot of it just seems kind of like we're just talking, but this is not really the state of affairs that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So like one of the things that this guy brings up is that he was like, in Christ we have a new heart. So this automatically means that we can't will to do something bad.
And that just doesn't follow.
Yeah, that's
like
just
one of the passages
claim.
that one of the brutal passages for Calvinism is Jeremiah 18. Mm-hmm. So in Jeremiah 18, like it talks about a bunch of like God intends to destroy, and then like it says that if they repent, then God will cease from his plan to destroy them. And then it says the same vice versa. It says like if a nation is chosen to, you know, for a particular purpose, and then they fail to meet that purpose, like God can destroy that nation, basically. So Jeremiah 18 is a brutal one for them.
Okay, so one of the questions I wanted to ask, but we didn't get into it because they thought because I was asking questions that I'm trying to debate and all this other stuff. So one of the things that I wanted to ask is, they believe like, or at least what was communicated to me is that they believe that humans are inherently like evil and bad.
Total depravity. Yeah.
one of the
Which,
questions.
by the way, there's two different categories of Calvinists. So it kind of depends on which one you're dealing with. So there's like Calvinists who are like actually like I just call them strict Calvinists, like they actually hold to like Calvin's teachings. And then there's like the modern Calvinists who are just like tulip Calvinists, and these are going to be like the Reformed Baptists. So like you're going to get different answers. Like a strict Calvinist is going to be like harder on that question than like a Reformed Baptist would. So it also depends on like the type of Calvinist that you're talking to.
Okay, and so one of the things I know in like we believe in Orthodoxy is that what heaven is going to be is just like communion with God. What is heaven in like in their view? Because in their view, like salvation is completely monergistic. It's not synergistic. We're not participating in God if like Calvinism is true. So what is like their view like on heaven, so to say? What would be like heaven for them?
I mean, like I would just say it's going to be like akin to the rest of the West. Like it's not all that like for us, obviously, like eternity is like a state of being, right? Like it's exposure to God, in his purest form that we can handle, basically. But like for the Calvinists, it's really, I mean, it's not that different. I wouldn't say their view of heaven is all that different. I did want to bring up like one thing you just brought up though that's interesting. So like not all of them believe in a strict monergism through the whole process. So a lot of them actually, and this is actually a point you can press them on for their interpretation of Scripture, because a lot of them will actually reject monergism for sanctification. So basically, like they'll say that they'll be monergist only for justification, but not sanctification. But what's funny is that in Ephesians 2, you see the same language of like this predetermining of like the good works, right? Because it says God prepared these good works in advance for us to do. So like the ones that are synergist in their like for sanctification, it's funny because that verse actually works against them for their interpretation of other passages they think are monergist. So the more consistent view, in my opinion, is the strict monergist view, where they just reject like synergism altogether. The problem is that in the modern, like a lot of the more modern theologians really shy away from that because it's brutal, right? Like it's the idea that like all of it is monergist and our will is basically passive the entire way. Like a lot of them want to reject that. Like they don't want to in the modern era, they don't like that. But that was really the view of like the reformers. But yeah, to answer your question, like the view of heaven, I don't think is all that different.
Okay, I was wondering about that because everything in Orthodoxy is communal. It's like communion with God.
Well, they have their sacramentology is they can't even agree. So like the Presbyterian, even like amongst Presbyterians, like they can't even agree on baptismal regeneration. So like a strict, and Calvin himself arguably contradicts himself, because if you read his commentary on John 3, it really reads like he's talking about baptismal regeneration. But then if you read his catechism, he is like opposed to baptismal regeneration. So basically like on the sacraments, like particularly the Eucharist and baptism, which are the only two sacraments they recognize, there's a ton of disagreement, like even amongst Presbyterians, let alone disagreement between Reformed Baptists and Presbyterians.
Okay. Another question I had was concerning total depravity, but more specifically, like if you're deprived, if you're totally deprived of grace, how do they ever come
depraved? Total depravity, depraved.
Oh, total depravity. Okay. So they
do have completely different like meanings.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So can y'all explain the meaning because the question has to do.
Well, total depravity is in regards to like our will. Like it's just like that our will is totally depraved and impossible to do good. And then they're going to quote Isaiah where it says all our righteous acts are like filthy rags.
It's like it sucks. Like our will sucks.
Yeah. The best passage to refute this is Romans chapter 2, where it talks about the how the Gentiles before they even had the law did by nature the things of the law. In fact, I read this.
Realistically, I mean, like, and to take it less out of this, just like purely like scholastic approach, let's not say scholastic, academic approach of just making these ideologies out of the faith. I mean, think about the way that we all came to the faith. We realized that there was something working in us and through us before we came to the baptismal font.
Right. This is a point that, so this is a great point you bring up, because this is actually something I started to notice when I was Reformed, is they try to put the Holy Spirit into these like particular boxes. So they say like that your will is basically being inclined towards God, like prior to conversion, and you're actually being dragged. And there's like a very particular like moment where that happens. Whereas like for us, we say like the Holy Spirit is active throughout the whole process, right? And then that culminates at chrismation where we're sealed with the Holy Spirit, right? But like the Holy Spirit is active throughout the entire process for us. And this is where they wrongfully accuse us of semi-Pelagianism, because we agree that God initiates the process of salvation.
The first move is always God.
Yeah, always. And that was like really the major error, or one of the major errors of Pelagius. The other one was just a complete denial of original sin. But anyways, that's why they wrongfully accuse us of like semi-Pelagianism, which by the way is also a made up category. Even if you read like the councils they'll cite, which is Orange 1 and Orange 2, like they don't even teach like the Reformed view, because they completely reject double predestination. They anathematize it, even though double predestination is the most common view in like most well-read Reformed, because it was Calvin's view. Those councils anathematize double predestination. And the only thing those councils really are saying is just that like God initiates the process. Like that's literally, like if you read them, like that's all the canons are saying. So I
mean, even if you look at like the conclusion to Orange 1, like it's like a lot more in line with like the Orthodox position in terms of like God provides the grace and his foreknowledge regarding the predestination and things like that.
Isn't Canon 25 like a Orange 1 also very straightforward for Synergism?
Chris, do you want to come up here and debate Luigi on that?
Double predestination isn't anathematized there? Yes, it is.
All right.
Yo, what do you think double predestination is?
Do I need to pull up the canon?
Well, no, like
here we go. Thomism denying synergism. Here we go.
I'm not a Thomist, but okay.
All right.
Again, like, what do you just think? Like, maybe we're just which
school,
hold on,
which school of permitted Catholic theology do you come from?
What do you think double predestination is?
Let's let Luigi and Chris talk.
What do you think double predestination is?
All it is just God predestines people to heaven.
Okay, but is God
now wait, hold on. It's asymmetric, right? So it's God is not predestinating people to hell antecedently, right? It's only in the consequent will, which is after the consideration of merits.
Yeah, okay. That's not the Reformed view. That might be your view, but that's not the Reformed view.
Well, yeah, that's the Thomistic view, and that's the infralapsarian view.
Okay, that's fine. I agree. Okay, hang on a second. I agree that Thomism is softer on double predestination than the Reformed view is. I agree with that.
But like that's all predestination is just describing like whether someone's predestined to hell or heaven.
Okay, predestined in a causal sense or not, though, because that's really the question. Because what you just said is that it's not a causal sense. So
God
if it's not causal, then that's not the Reformed view. If it's not causal, then it's not the Reformed view. If it's not causal, then it's not the Reformed view.
Well, I do think like God really reprobates people, right? But like he's not.
Aquinas says that straight. Aquinas says that explicitly. Yeah.
Yeah, like
he's a little bit vague with it. He says it's not. He says it's not just. He says it's more than just like a foreknowledge, but he doesn't really like expand.
He isn't the one who's like he's not the author of sin, right? Now he truly does make the declaration of this person is going to hell, but he isn't the one that is moving their will towards this thing.
this is where I feel like it's just this is where you're just like, it's just a contradiction. Like, how is that?
How do you contradiction?
How can it be the case that God is causing people to commit evil?
He's not causing them, because the original state.
Then it's not. Okay, so is it or isn't it a causal predestination?
Here, I'll answer you.
Okay.
So the state of the human will after the lapse is disordered, right? There's concupiscence. So because of this ontological guilt, we're all going to hell, right? That's the default position. And then within God's grace, who intervenes, then he brings us to himself, right? Through this grace, he reaches to us and brings him to himself, right? That this is what grace is.
You're just yapping. This is not answering my question.
I'm trying to fucking answer
is it
you,
causal
dude.
or is it not?
Oh my goodness.
It's a really simple question.
I'm trying to fucking answer you, dude.
Well,
now
because you're just yapping, dude. You're just preaching right now.
Bro. This guy doesn't want to converse, bro.
Am I wrong? Is he preaching? He's just saying, God gives us grace. Okay, that's great, bro.
Okay, bro.
I asked
God
you
bless,
if
dude.
God.
I know you don't want to have a convo, bro.
I'm asking you if God is causing the Okay. And then you saw Divine in there say it's causal in a sense. In what sense? This is what Thomists do, bro. They don't answer objections. They just say words.
In a sense.
Insofar as.
Hey, I use that shit.
I do too. I started using it. I can't lie. It goes hard. Insofar as it goes hard.
It does. It does. It makes you sound a lot smarter when you're making arguments. Yeah. Does help. Two-way Sajed, as a Muslim, how can I believe that this is true for
I
me
missed most of that
to go
conversation
with
with
Christianity? How can I believe that this is true for me to go with Christianity? Can you ask that question in a different way? I don't really understand what you're meaning at with that. Yeah, try that again, man. I'm sorry. Look at a couple of these things right now in the submissions tab, and let's hope I don't get banned, huh?
No, screw the submissions tab. But what was the conversation? I just missed the last 7 minutes of it.
Okay.
Well, I said that Orange condemns double predestination, and
it does.
Came up here. It does, and he came up here to contest that, and he gave the Thomist view of double predestination, which isn't even what I was talking about. I was talking about the Reformed view, because the traditional Reformed view is causal, and they have no problem saying that. And he came up here to bring his stupid Thomist view, which nobody was even talking about, because we were talking about Calvinism.
Of course. No, they're conflating predestination and predeterminism.
Exactly. That's what I was pressing him on.
It's an equivocation. It's a word concept fallacy.
Yes.
It's disgusting.
Well, you know what's really funny? So it's really funny. So he said, in a foreknowledge sense, that God causes, right? But what's really funny about that is they don't want to say that when it comes to
they can't. No, because then you can run them through modal collapse. So they don't want to admit it. But that's the logical entailment, and they never get that far. That's why they avoid saying it's in a foreknowledge sense. Because
he said it.
No, I know. But then that's when you should have shifted to, okay, so if God's foreknowledge, Bryce, you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the bigger issue, I see it more as a soteriological issue, because usually they don't want to say that about the elect. They don't want to say that we're elect on a foreknowledge sense. They want to say it's causal. But then when you start asking them about the reprobate, now they want to shy away from causal, and that's what I was pressing him on. A good Reformed guy will just own that, because that's what Calvin taught.
Well, no, that's logically consistent. I wouldn't even call it a good Reformed guy, because, and you know what? You couldn't even call them a good Reformed guy, because they would say, I'm not good. So,
anyways, before that got totally derailed, do you have any other questions about Calvinism, bro?
Yeah. What is double predestination?
That God creates some people for salvation and some people for damnation.
In a causal sense, he's causing the elect for salvation, and he's causing the reprobate to be damned.
Oh, wait. How would God judge the people then?
Well, it's because they'll walk this. This is where the paradox shows up. They'll say that although God is truly causing and predestining, the reprobate to be damned, they are still participating and therefore are guilty. Therefore, he rightly judges them, which is insane, but that's what they believe. If you really want to know the, like,
imagine a sandbox, and they build 2 sandcastles, and they make one that they put a lot of work into, and the other one they just kind of throw some sand in a pile, and then they look at the one that's sand in a pile, and they just stomp on it, and say, "You are dirt. You should be destroyed." That's essentially the Calvinist view of double predestination and the reprobate.
So when the Thomas comes up and he affirms double predestination, is that going to be identical to Calvinism? Like the Calvinist?
Not identical. So Thomas Aquinas was a little bit loose. He wasn't quite as explicit when it came to the reprobate. So if you read part 1, question 23 of the Summa, is where he goes over this. And he specifically he's intentionally vague with the reprobate. So he'll say, like, what he says, I think verbatim is something, not verbatim. He says something along the lines of the reprobate is as such not
permissive.
only...
It's permissive. It's the same way as...
But
like,
it's not just permissive.
It is, though.
No, but he doesn't say that. He says it's something more. He explicitly says it's not just permissive, but is something more. I can pull up the exact quote.
Please do.
Yeah. It's part 1, question 23.
Because for us, like, and I'm trying to find common ground more than the polemics, right? Like, you're looking for the polemic, which I appreciate because we need that. But from our perspective,
yeah, right.
From the Orthodox perspective, I would rather,
right here, it's Article 3. So it's part 1, question 23, Article 3. It says, reprobation is part of providence in regard to those who turn aside from that in the end. Hence, reprobation implies not only foreknowledge, but also something more. Guilt proceeds from the free will of the person who is reprobated and deserted by grace. So he basically, like, he's vague about the double predestination thing, but he does imply it because he says, hence, reprobation implies not only foreknowledge, but also something more. So he doesn't come out straight up and say, like, there's this causal, predestination, but he does imply it.
Okay. What was
I'll bring you up
Divine,
in just a second, Matt.
What you're saying, Divine, in the comments, he said, actually, the only common ground we have with EOs, like with us, the Orthodox, is that God wills the salvation of all. Yeah. And how does that work in any other framework but a synergistic framework?
It doesn't. It'll be a Thomist yap when they try to make it work. Like, it's literally
ultimately. Let me give the positive account in a very simple way, and I say this way too often. I'm sure Bryce is sick of hearing it because he hates hearing things repeated. God created us in His image and likeness. God has free will, therefore we have free will. God can do anything that is not against His own nature. Going against our free will would be going against His nature. To deny our free will is to go against His own nature.
I can't promise, bro. I literally cannot stand them. So, like, I don't know how y'all deal with these guys. Genuinely.
I mean, does that check out? Because I see what Divine's saying in the comments. Bryce, do you want to address it? Like, because he's saying it's false equivalence. I've got other people that are yapping.
Saying words, bro. He's just saying words, and like none of this is like. It's just emojis and.
Did God not take on human? Did God not take on human nature? Are we not able to synergize with the divine will through the incarnation, through Christ, through our faith? Are we not called to transformation?
What's funny is all you have to do is press them on the sanctification, whether they're Reformed or Thomist, because then they're going to concede to Synergism. And it's like, okay, why is that any different? Why is the process of justification any
What
different?
is the gospel? The gospel is the good news that God condescended to take on human flesh to sanctify matter, to sanctify us, to bring creation back into accordance with himself.
Chris, we agree with what you just said. God gives us cooperating grace. It is synergistic and monergistic. God works through us. That literally is our view.
So let me actually refine that for a second, because I forget exactly who said it, but I think it was one of the most profound things that I said, or not I said, that I've heard said, was that from the outside, looking in on someone that has achieved theosis, one of our saints, right? It will have the appearance of monergism, because they have submitted their human will to the point that it is in submission to the divine will to such an extent that it is inseparable. Right? But that is still a synergism. It is the kenosis. It is the self-emptying of that human will. And that submission to the divine will that brings about God's will. I mean, think of the Lord's Prayer. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That is the Christian life. And I'm nowhere near that. I'm sitting here yapping and yelling and bitching, but that's the goal.
Can I ask one more question?
What's up, brother?
Okay, this is my last question concerning Calvinism. So in the view of double predestination, does that mean that when Christ became a man, that him, insofar as he's a man, is predestined?
Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's actually the issue where I was at. It's crazy you asked this, because I was about to bring up the Christological implications. Because like the root for monergism is literally monoenergism. So it's literally a heresy. So, well, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I got something that pertains to the topic. Go ahead.
It's a submission. It is a self-emptying.
Yeah.
So moderator Matt, before you start just arguing about things that you don't even understand, kenosis means self-emptying. Christ underwent kenosis to humble himself, to take on flesh. In the inverse, we are supposed to do the same to our own will, to our passions. We are to crucify our passions. We are to die to ourselves, to follow after him.
I'm going to go ahead and play this thing here. This should help out with the conversation. It should push it forward for sure.
Do you think white people should be allowed to say the N-word?
No.
Oh shit, the table's leaving. What the?
Bro, what?
You should play Kanye's new song.
Thank you.
Oh no.
That's not new anymore.
Oh shit, the table's leaving.
What's the next video?
I love that video. That's such a goat. It's a goated video. Rise, rise, rise. You're spamming, so I'm not rising, Easy.
Sit.
That shit's loud. I don't want to watch that.
Bryce, you created a moderator revolution.
How did that happen? What happened?
You went about it the wrong way. You shouldn't have deleted the whole role. You should have just changed the perms.
I didn't delete the role. It wouldn't let me change it out of administrator. It literally it was locked.
How is that locked?
I
was able to change it.
I have no idea.
You know what that means? Schoolboy's truly the owner of Bryce Court.
Yeah, he does have a higher property than I do.
We need to fix this.
Huh?
We need to fix it. It's all right. Everything will be okay. We'll fix it.
We'll figure it out, bro. Not a big deal. What happened?
No one's really that upset.
What?
I'm just joking.
What's the OPSEC? What is that? What happened? Why did I need to do that?
Because the moderator role had full administrator perms. Because when you created the moderator role, I was the only moderator.
Correct. Yeah, I forgot about that. Easy.
Yeah. So that was the OPSEC problem.
That makes sense.
Oh, look, Santa's leaving.
Peace be with you all.
The fuck was that, man? Oh, look, Santa's leaving. See, I got a bunch of them. Let moderator Matt up. All right.
By the way, since the changes that you made, I can't at you.
Yeah, I know, because I'm hidden now.
That's kind of based. I kind of like that a lot. I kind of like that.
I have no idea who I am.
I can still at your role because you have a special role.
Hey, he's like the Thomas god. You can't know who he is.
What's
No, it's only a conception in your mind.
What's up, Matt?
Facts.
What's happening, guys? I'm atheist, by the way.
Okay.
Is this moderator Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You seem at least somewhat learned, and the fact that you say that you're atheist blows my mind.
Sorry, I didn't mean to blow your mind, man.
No, I'm just surprised that you know the ins and outs of certain, like, or seemingly, like, the points that you make. It
I just need
surprises
you to relax with the words like in and out and all that stuff. You know, it's a little ditty, so we'll pull that back. But yeah, I've done a few of these debates, and honestly,
Tempo,
yeah, you got me there.
Tempo,
You got me there.
This. And I'm gonna make him just be as degenerate as possible. But go ahead.
Yeah, hell yeah, it's that's my morality, man. Degeneracy to the T, bro.
It's, maybe.
Yeah, but my whole thing, I just don't get why it's an impossible system. I was trying to get an answer in the chat, but I just didn't know.
What is an impossible system?
Atheism would be considered an impossible system because it is incapable of actually justifying or grounding knowledge.
Oh, it's the grounding of knowledge thing. Oh, okay, that one's an easy one. All right, so
is it?
I assume you're going to say that God, 100%.
No,
you're going to say that God like gives you that grounding.
What? Yeah.
What is your grounding?
I mean, like obviously, like we would say that as our
System
argument,
observation.
and then we would have explanatory power with it. What would you say?
Yeah, so my explanatory power would come from consistent observation that we haven't ruled out to be objective yet.
Oh, so induction.
Induction?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And so when something seems to be consistent, when we're talking about anything regarding like a philosophical truth, do you also use induction?
I mean, you have to make an assumption, right? And so the assumption is all.
No, you don't.
Do you?
You don't have to make an assumption. You're importing that
solipsism?
already.
Why do you?
For solipsism, you don't have to make an assumption.
You're a solipsist?
I'm saying to get out of everyone is a solipsist until you make an initial assumption. Unless you guys have a way out of it.
No, I mean, what would be the argument? What would be the argument?
This doesn't have to be a full-on debate. I would actually like to have just like a conversation with you, because as someone in my early 20s who was, and the only way that I can explain it is bitten by a solipsistic bug, or I had a solipsistic brainworm that I did not want to agree with, but I could not help myself but agree with on some level because of my pride and my ego. Why do you think that's the only answer?
Wait, well, solipsism is the only answer? I mean, that's just the only thing we can prove, that we exist.
That's
so
not
it's the only answer, right?
That's not solipsism.
Well,
You just said we.
Only I exist? Like me, myself, I only have my experience.
No, do you not understand?
Can only prove that we ourselves exist.
Yeah. But like when you said the only thing that we can prove is that we exist, you just contradicted solipsism. You just presupposed we already.
Okay, let me rephrase. When I look at my experience and I experience things, I can verify I am experiencing, thus I exist. Now, I can assume that you're doing the same thing.
What?
Yeah,
that's why I say we all make that step.
And I'm sorry that you're so lonely, and I'm sorry that you don't know what love is.
So
presupposing that, or
so you're using it as an
element of solipsism.
Are you using it as an axiom, like saying that like I think therefore I am, pretty much, and then just holding it as a solipsistic view?
Well, I wouldn't even say that's an axiom. You don't have to agree to that. That's just self-evidential.
That's called an axiom, by the way.
Something that's self-evidential?
Yeah, that's called an axiom.
Oh, bro, I'm gonna have to Google that one. I thought that's just something that you agree on so that you can frame up a frame of knowledge.
An axiom?
Axiom, the actual name of it.
We don't
a
agree.
statement that is so evident or well established that it is accepted without controversy of question.
Self-evident.
So I would say it's more than just accepted.
don't
I
agree.
mean, it's impossible for it to be the
We don't
contrary.
agree.
Yeah, we don't believe in axiom.
You don't
We
agree
don't
that
agree.
experiencing
We
something
don't-
means that you exist?
No, because that's presupposing that you're capable of experiencing anything outside of yourself.
I didn't say outside myself. All right, let me rephrase.
So you're not
I
even
know that I
experiencing
exist
anything at
because
all.
I experience
Experience what?
anything. The fact that I'm experiencing means I exist.
Experiencing what?
Things.
So there's things outside of you.
Doesn't mean no. I could be experiencing my own thoughts. Everything.
Your own-
could
your
really
own
be
thoughts?
No,
Is that
Bryce,
your whole
we're-
worldview?
No, bite the bullet and
That's
do
what
the
a
internal
solipsism would
critique.
be.
Hey, bite the bullet and do the internal critique. We are all projections of his subconscious right now.
I mean, are we? Like, could that be the case?
Solipsism. I'm
Could that
not
be the
personally
case?
a solipsist, but that's the first thing that we know, or I would know, right? As
About
a
to say,
basis
you just said
before
we
you
again?
Get to axioms. Yeah. I'm correcting my language here because I can't verify you, but I personally am having an experience, and I can verify the experience myself. Thus, it is not an axiom that I have to assume. It is an actual truth statement.
Yeah, but you're holding that you don't require any form of justification or an argument as to why you exist because you think, right? So like there is a thing you'd say, I think, right? And then therefore I am. If there's no argument for that, P then Q. If there's no argument for that, you're applying it as an axiom. You're saying that there's no argument necessary for such.
Well, who am I making that argument with? It's myself. I think, therefore I am.
Yeah, I know. So if that's an axiom, that's a self-created axiom. You've just invented an axiom personally for yourself, right?
If you want to call it an axiom, that's fine. Now we're dealing with semantics, but I would say it's better than an axiom because it's actually verifiable in the self.
It's verifiable in the self. Is that objectively the case?
Yes.
So there is an objective truth outside of yourself.
Why you say outside? I just said I can verify inside myself.
So objective truth is inside of yourself, and you are the one who generates it.
That truth, yeah. It's if you are experiencing, or if I am experiencing.
So you're a particular that generates universal
that is
truths.
happening.
You're a particular that generates universal truths.
Particular that. Well, in solipsism, you wouldn't even know you're a particular. Everything would just be you at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it also would collapse completely into a nominalism as well, right?
I mean, sure, but still, it's a self-evidential statement right there. I think, therefore, I am. But I mean, that's solipsism. I'm actually not a solipsist.
When
I
you
get
say
beyond that.
self-evident, right? Like, do you believe that evidence requires justification in any way? Do you believe that evidence shows something to be the case, not a case, but the case?
Evidence provides probability towards something. I think, therefore, I am is 100% evidence.
Yeah, but
100% probability.
Yeah, but when you say that it's evidence, right? Are you trying to make a claim about reality that it's evidence? What is it evident of?
Yeah, it is real that I think, therefore I am. Because if I thought anything, then it couldn't be the case that I am not.
That was not what I said. Say your answer one more time. I don't want to straw man you. Say that again.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I think, therefore I am. If I think, I can't be non-existent. Because what would be the thing thinking?
Does
that make sense?
That's presupposing you can think, right? And that thinking is reliable to declare, therefore you are.
Something is happening where I am experiencing something of any nature, and that just bears credence to the fact that any nature exists, and I can experience it.
Any nature? Is a nature something external to yourself?
No, it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be. So then what are you experiencing?
Oh, well, I would say, I mean, if we're getting into my theology here,
I definitely would like that.
Exists outside myself. Yeah, okay, so that's basically just getting into solipsism. I'm saying that, everyone amongst themselves, if you guys are in fact real and not a figment of my imagination, individuals would be solipsist until they assume their way out of it. And what we do is, since we have consistent observations, since we have consistent observations of like the tree in your front yard or the sun coming up every day or the feeling that you feel with your hands, the sight with your eyes, all these things are consistent. So we assume them to be objective or real outside of ourselves. It could be the case that they're subjective and solipsism is real and only you exist. But because we haven't ruled them out as being subjective, we leave the door open for them to be objective.
How many
there
times?
could be consequences.
Yeah. How many times does something have to be consistent in order for it to be considered reliable?
Always.
What? You experience everything beginning and end.
I don't have to experience everything beginning and end.
Okay.
Something
So then
that's
how many
inconsistent in my
times do
senses.
you have to witness something consistent in order for it to be considered reliable?
As all of your experience of something, it has to be consistent.
Thank you. How many times until it's considered reliable when
Quantity?
it's consistent? Yeah.
If you
If you only see something once, it's not consistent yet, right?
What do you mean? Of course it is.
It's consistent.
If you've only
something
seen one
happens
thing once and it's existed for that one time, then it has been consistent.
Okay,
thus far.
so then you can't verify anything then.
Wait, why? I have more than one.
Because something
point of reference.
something that's considered consistent is something that possibly can also happen just once. So if it's something that can just happen once, induction. If you just say that induction is just simply like, oh, I can just witness something happen once, therefore it is the case, that's a ridiculous position.
Wait, why? Like,
Because-
if you're walking on the
because
street
then
and you
you-
saw
you
a
don't
guy
have
pass
a-
you and you assume that that person is real, what's the problem with that?
Assuming the person's real comes with a bunch of baggage, of course, is that you affirm an external reality, you affirm identity, you affirm the fact that there is obviously other people in general, and that they're not figments of your imagination, right? Like, yes, there are a lot of metaphysical baggage that comes with making a claim like that. But if you say that you verify things through induction, and then your methodology of induction is saying that you can just witness something once and come to a conclusion that that thing is the case, then if I were to represent you with a Gettier case, it would collapse, and this would no longer work for you.
And it would be right back to solipsism. But the
You
thing
would
is,
you would
if
collapse
you can-
into it, yes.
Yeah, you'd collapse right back into it. But if you consistently observe that thing to be the same, like if I see that person on the street and then tomorrow I see him on the street and then the next day and the next day, and I have a second person who also sees him on the street, those are multiple points of reference to say that that thing is consistent. But the second somebody tells me I don't see that person, that brings it into question.
Do you know, like, the Gettier problem in terms of, like, the cardboard cutout of the cow?
There's a cow in the distance. Unless you get close enough, you can't tell whether it's real or not.
Yes, but it's consistent that it looks like a cow.
Yeah, so I'm sure you would assume that it's real until the point where you have an inconsistency.
Yeah, so the Gettier problem, though, is stating that the original method of consistency is wrong the whole time. That's the problem with the Gettier case.
Okay,
So they're using you're using consistency to come to truth, but consistency doesn't actually determine something to be the case. It just shows that it's consistent. That doesn't mean that it's true.
So then what would be the solution for that? So how do you verify externally received information to be true?
There has to be something that you can actually ground all of knowledge in the first place in order for that to be the case.
Yeah, so how do you verify externally received information to be true?
Externally received information, you have to have a paradigm.
Yeah,
you have to
senses, all
you have to
that.
have a paradigm that has justification and explanatory power for that to be the case. The worldview that you
Make
just
it up?
presented me, what?
Wait, you're saying you have to have a paradigm with that you make up?
I didn't say that. I said that it has to have a justification using things like coherency and things like what was the other word I used? I forgot what it was now because you asked me a question. I used another word. Explanatory power. Right, justification, explanatory power, things like that. And so if you have a worldview that's capable of being unbreakable into it not collapsing into something like solipsism, which then makes objective truth impossible to gather. The same thing would apply with the worldview that you just presented, where if you verify objective truth with just consistency, that doesn't actually give you that foundation because consistency can be wrong. Knowledge is justified true belief. You're simply just gathering information, but you don't have the ability to justify the difference between information and knowledge. Therefore, knowledge is impossible in your worldview. So you have to have a worldview that makes knowledge possible.
So if my worldview was just that existence outside myself does in fact exist, and we are experiencing at least some form of that world.
You're experiencing some form of that world, yes, but the world, so first off, all of the things that you just applied right? You presupposed either by axiom or you've just stated without any form of explanatory power or justification for said thing. And then as well as when you're experiencing said thing, you don't have the thing that allows you to know if said thing is the truth or if the proposition you're making on that object.
I see what you're saying.
The proposition, because you can make a proposition on a consistency, right? But how do you actually know that the proposition that you're making is actually true because of the consistency? You don't. You can't do that. It makes knowledge impossible then.
Right.
If that's
the
way
external information that I'm receiving, how do I confirm that that's actually real when all I have to compare it to is other external information, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you do to verify external information?
In our paradigm, like I just said, so obviously I said just in a generic sense how you do that. But in our worldview, we declare that because of the fact that God exists, that's obviously part of our worldview, then us being able to, that automatically assumes an external worldview because God had created not just you in that worldview. So then determining truth and falsity, there are some things that you can use that are not just directly paradigmatic to determine truth. Like, there's nothing wrong with empirically verifying something if you're not an empiricist. But if you're somebody who holds to that as an epistemology, it's cooked. That's the problem. And so when we believe, like, the worldview declaring, obviously, that God exists in our worldview, and then we have explanatory power and justification using that to get out of things like the epistemic problems, like Chisholm's criterion problem, Munchausen's trilemma, Agrippa's trilemma, things like that. Because it would be transcending said epistemic whole that makes knowledge impossible. So that means that would be the only thing that could actually be the case without reducing your worldview to chaos. It's an impossibility of the contrary. No other worldview is possible unless revelatory theism is the case. Like, have you ever heard of the syllogism that is used by people that do arguments like this? The syllogism, like the formal syllogism.
Go for it. Go for it. I'm taking notes in the chat. Go for it.
You're good. Premise one is that it is either theonomous epistemology or autonomous epistemology. Do you know what those are?
No.
Theonomous epistemology means that your knowledge of knowledge or your ability to attain knowledge is either from God or from the self. It's a disjunctive. There's no third option.
Okay. And I would say in my worldview, that would be the mind's ability to collect information.
Yes, so you believe it as autonomous epistemology, yeah?
Itself, yeah.
Yeah. Premise two, if autonomous epistemology is true, then it is possible to make second-order knowledge claims, like, for example, that knowledge exists in the first place. Admitting that it is possible that God, the precondition for knowledge, does not exist.
Is that? So, I'm sorry. Did you say it is possible or isn't possible to make second-order knowledge?
It's possible to make a second-order knowledge claim about knowledge itself. So, like, do you know the difference between first and second-order knowledge?
No, go ahead, bro.
So, first-order knowledge would simply be that you're stating a proposition about anything that is knowledge, like saying like a pencil is red, something like that, right? And then second order knowledge would be the knowledge of knowledge, the justification of knowledge. The fact that the you being able to know, that the pencil is red. But how, right? Like that's second order knowledge. Okay?
Okay, so mine would be like, I'm saying that I believe reality outside myself would be objective because I haven't ruled it out. And the methodology for that second order knowledge would be the consistent observation.
So the second order question I would ask you is, how do you know that? How do you know that there is an external world, right? Like, that's a second order knowledge claim.
Okay.
So
I would back up by saying the objective thing that I said.
Yeah. So if autonomous epistemology is true, then it is possible to make second order knowledge claims. That's like saying knowledge exists. That's the justification for knowledge. You're claiming that there is a justification for knowledge if autonomous epistemology is true.
Okay. And I think the backup for that would be the ability to recite the knowledge, wouldn't it?
Well, the ability
to knowledge exists because I have the ability to bring the knowledge back.
So that would honestly be kind of like begging the question of like, but how do you know it's knowledge? right? Like that, like just
How do I
saying
know
that,
it's
like,
true?
I mean, how do you know that it would be true or false? But then if you use a method that can be proven via impossibility of the contrary or like a reductio ad absurdum, it doesn't work. So like the thing we just talked about regarding like induction. So premise 3.
So I'd be able to. I'd have to verify. I got you. Premise 3. My bad.
Premise 3 is that if autonomous epistemology is possible, then it is possible that revelatory theism is false. Revelatory theism is the belief that theism is the case, and that this theistic deity has revealed himself in some way, shape, or form to the creation.
Okay. The revelatory information, did you make that up in your mind or no?
Revelatory theism?
Yeah, which I assume is just like
I didn't make up that terminology.
Information from God.
Yeah, because revelatory theism would be the opposite of deism. It'd be literally the complete opposite.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like receiving revelation from God.
No. Revelatory theism is the belief in a theistic deity that has revealed himself to the creation. So like Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, things like that.
Oh, it's revelatory isn't revealing. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, so deism is the complete opposite. Did you make up that
God in your mind, or did the God reveal himself to you?
Our
give you information about itself, or did you just make it up in your head?
I mean, I didn't make up the God. I chose to take on a worldview that has been passed down through the revelation.
Okay, so information that's been given to you, not made up in your head.
Yes.
Okay, so I followed everything here. I'm good with everything. I still think.
Hold on, my mic just
There's
cut
no
out. My mic just cut out. Yep.
You're good.
All right.
Yeah.
Premise 4, it is either God. Go ahead.
No, I thought you were done with your premises. Go ahead if you got more.
No, there's definitely more. Eventually, you're going to disagree. This is actually a syllogism that starts at autonomous epistemology and goes all the way down to the Orthodox Church being necessary. You will disagree with me eventually. I promise.
That's wild. Okay. Well, I'm good with everything. I mean, revelatory theism can be false, I think. So we can go to 4.
Premise 4 is that it is either God, revelatory theism, or not God, which is not revelatory theism. And it's an exclusive disjunction.
Okay.
So either revelatory theism is so either revelatory theism is true or it's not. That's all it's saying.
Okay.
Premise 5, not God, revelatory theism is accidentalism. So if revelatory theism, let me pull up a formal definition for you. Accidentalism is the belief that events can occur without a cause, or that the sequence of events is not nearly determined by prior causes. So it's basically go ahead.
I was going to say, do you not believe that things can happen without a cause?
I believe that everything has a cause.
Wait, no, that can't be true, bro. You're a theist.
What are you talking about? Everything has a cause, but not everything is directly from God as cause, right? But God is the one who pushes the dominoes down.
Okay, so there is something that does not have a cause.
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, so nothing
maybe this
exists
is
without a
maybe
cause.
let me use a better definition. How about that? I think we're not using this correctly. Let me do this one. The position that events can succeed one another haphazardly or by chance. Is that all right?
Yeah, I don't know about that, because honestly, chance or like probability is just based on our understanding of it, right? Whether or not we can predict something. Like if you throw a dice in the air, I mean, before it even hits the ground, just in the way that you threw it, you're already going to have a calculable way that it's going to, land. Just because we can't calculate it perfectly to find that exact answer doesn't mean that cause and effect aren't fully in play with everything that just happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the reason why that we would say that if it's not revelatory theism, that it would lead to accidentalism is because of the fact that if there is no God, that actually is the one to basically begin the process of causation in the first place, then that means that things can happen by chance. That is the whole point.
Because like without causation.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that something can exist or happen without causation?
No. Everything is
Okay, so
everything is
requires
everything in
causation.
some everything in some way, shape, or form is moved. Like I affirm Aristotle's view.
Wait, but how are you a theist then? Because you'd have to say that God is uncaused.
Yeah, he is uncaused. He is the in order for there to be the prime mover or the caused, in order to be the caused, there has to be the uncaused to cause the caused.
Yeah, of course.
That logically
and so
follows
what's
from
the issue with that? So there is something that can be uncaused, even if everything we observe in our current universe is caused.
Yeah. So then if you deny the existence of God, you cannot actually show that in your paradigm at all. You have to deny that.
Oh, 100% I can. That something can be without cause?
Yeah. In your worldview, without God, what is uncaused?
Sure. Whatever the trigger of the universe is, the only qualities it would need to have would just be an exterior to time, whatever you want to describe, atemporal trigger for the universe.
It's atemporal, and is it all powerful?
I don't know if it's all powerful. It's just a trigger for the universe. I don't know that it can do everything. It just triggered the universe.
So what is it?
Do you have the scientific knowledge to know? I don't. But all I know is the quality it must have is it's a trigger for the universe.
Okay, so you affirm a position that
it's atemporal, so it can't experience change.
So you affirm a position that you have absolutely no verification, just as a counter.
No, not as a counter.
So what is the
what
argument for
the qualities
what is
must
the
be.
argument for your thing then? What is the argument for that?
Sure. I mean, we live in a third dimension,
the
right?
Unconscious prime mover.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the unconscious prime mover. What's the argument for that?
Oh, unconscious? Yeah, for sure. It definitely can't be conscious or make decisions or have opinions because it is an unchanging thing. And that thought process or decision making requires change.
What? Do you believe
does that require change?
Yes, because I think in time.
Okay. Could you think outside of time?
You wouldn't think outside of time. You would just know.
Wait, how would that be a defeater?
How would you know things though? How would anything differentiate without time?
Yeah, you'd be the root of all knowledge whatsoever. You would literally be the definition of knowledge. And so if you are the origination point for all knowledge whatsoever, you would by default know everything. You wouldn't have to think.
What's your understanding of knowledge though? What do you actually think knowledge is? Because every frame of reference you have is pulling information from the brain.
A justified true belief.
Knowledge is a justified true belief, so it's not held by anyone or operated on. It just exists.
What do you mean? I mean, we believe that knowledge is something that's derived from God. The knowledge
justified true belief is a belief that you can justify. Justifying is an act, so the act requires time. Knowledge requires time.
Something being a justified true belief is saying that we are justified in believing said knowledge. That's not justifying. We are justified in believing said belief. If it comes from God, God does not have to justify anything. It literally is that justification. That's the justification.
Justified knowledge of what though? What would he have justified knowledge of other than existence that exists now, which requires time?
All true statements, all true facts, all knowledge.
And but the problem is your reference point for any knowledge is within time and using a brain. All knowledge that you know of has a brain.
You're presupposing that a brain is necessary. Now you're presupposing that a brain is necessary for a mind. What's your argument for
that? Sure, it is only witnessed with minds.
Oh, so induction?
Yeah. Do you have any argument that it isn't that it could exist without a mind?
Yes, that God exists.
Okay, presupposing God, so that it fits a definition that you can pull to then reference it.
Induction.
So if I presuppose, like, I don't want to be facetious here, but a unicorn, and the unicorn has the same properties that I want to suppose so that I can make an argument for something, does that then make that thing true? No, I'd have to have some kind of justification then to start with.
Okay, so what is your justification then for a mind requiring a brain?
Consistent observation of anything with a mind, or providing information back to me.
And
my mind, other people's minds, and getting information out of them.
Yeah, and how do you go from consistency to objectively true? How do you go from that?
Sure. Yeah, so we're back to the solipsism thing. That's totally fine. This is the crux of my argument. So things outside of ourselves, we don't know if they do in fact exist. They could be subjective or objective. Subjective things change and are inconsistent. Objective things are consistent. And so when we have those two possibilities, we can rule out things that we know for a fact are subjective, like dreams, things that change and are inconsistent. and the things we haven't ruled out yet, we assume them to be true. And why would we do that? Because there's a consequence. If reality outside of us is in fact real, then if we're acting as if it isn't and harming other people, but it is real, there's a consequence there.
You just said it's consistent because it's consistent.
Yeah, let me ask you the same question I asked you maybe like 10 minutes ago. We'll get right back to it. How do you verify externally received information to be true?
We make an argument for the existence of God to show that.
Okay, but how do you verify it?
What do you mean? We verify that knowledge can exist via the impossibility of the contrary of any other worldview. So then if that worldview is the only one that is capable of gathering knowledge, then we would then have to hold to the system that we are arguing for. And the system that we are arguing for would say that due to the fact that God created the world, not just you, that then therefore there would be externally gathered knowledge. And justifying something, depending on what the justification is for, if you're talking about something empirically, for example, like if you're trying to justify if a certain chemical reacts with another chemical, every time that it comes together with itself, you could use something in the empirical sense by using the scientific method. But if we're talking about something like, for example, like induction itself, how do we verify induction itself, that consistency is even actually a thing? You know, things like that in the thought sense or the philosophical sense, you obviously wouldn't use empiricism because that would be idiotic. So there's different ways in which you would come to the conclusion of something, but you holding induction as a method of epistemology is the problem, because your worldview then leads to knowledge being impossible. So your argument leads to knowledge being impossible. It leads to the solipsistic mindset.
No, it doesn't actually. No, my argument is that reality exists outside of ourselves in whatever physical state with whatever trigger for the universe that it has, but it does in fact exist outside of ourselves. That's the assumption that I make.
The trigger for the universe. How have you come to that conclusion?
Yeah. Sure. If time has a start, then there has to be a first cause, right? If everything's cause and effect, there has to be a first cause. The qualities, the bare minimum qualities that must be for that thing has to be a trigger. That's it.
Has to be a trigger. What is your
atemporal as well, which means it can't change.
What is your argument that it just has to be a trigger? I don't understand that. Who triggers it?
I mean, who triggers it? It's the first cause. There is no trigger. You agreed that there could be something that exists without a cause.
You said it's an indeterminate trigger, though. That it's a trigger that is unconscious. It's not a person of any kind. That it's just a trigger itself. So what So what causes the triggering?
Did we just agree that there could be something that is uncaused?
If the trigger itself is uncaused, if it's impersonal, then it has nothing to begin the triggering. Do you not understand?
Nothing. You just said that something can exist that does not require a cause, and all I'm saying is whatever triggered.
But it has to be God, and it has to be personal. It has to be able to make decisions.
No. How? How can you make a decision without time?
Oh my gosh. What?
Well, it's not. Oh my gosh! How do you make a decision? How do you go from a state before you make a decision and after you make the decision, bro?
It's a false equivocation.
Yeah, that's not even close to what we're getting.
All right, well, let me ask you again then. How do you verify externally received information to be true?
I
verify it by comparing externally received information versus other externally received information, which could also be revelation, information that you receive from God or a third party or your parents that tell you this religion. And how do you verify that? The thick fact is that you can't. You make the assumption that God is real,
have to hold a philosophical
your
position.
senses are magical and give you objective information. However, when I ask you how you verify that information,
how do you know your analysis is even true? Like, how can you make the claim that your observation of it is even true?
How do I verify my externally received information is factual?
Yeah, literally how?
Like, how does it object? That's the whole thing I'm trying to get at here with like the induction thing.
Both of us have no ability to verify externally received information to be actually true.
Dude, you're making a true.
You agree
if God is not real, I agree. Therefore, you can't gather knowledge.
If God is real, He gives you externally received information via revelation, which you cannot verify.
No, He's the origin point of externally received information. Therefore, we
can verify God's information.
Like what?
How do you verify God's information, even if God did in fact exist?
I mean, in our view, like we believe that we verify God's information because since the fact that we're made in His image, we have this thing called the nous, which is the eye of our hearts or the eye of our soul, that allows us to be able to understand the things that are atemporal in a sense. So we can ascend to that.
I believe my next question, bro.
You're gonna say
You're not
how
gonna
do you,
believe what my next
you're gonna
question
say
is.
how do you know that?
How do you verify that, bro?
What do you mean? How do you verify that? That's our entire
You verify
position.
what you just said
our
is
entire
actually true.
position,
You just assumed it.
bro. The whole argument that we're having here is an impossibility of the contrary. That this is the only worldview that is possible. You don't understand that? So if it is the only worldview that actually is the case, then you asking me how do I verify that with a worldview that I'm already showing can't be the case, your method of verification that you are requesting is already impossible for knowledge. Like you're not tracking this. This is why I'm getting frustrated. The argument has nothing to do. Yep. There's no theory neutral. There's no theory neutral position, bro. That's not a thing. There's no theory neutral knowledge.
Why is it impossible?
Why is that impossible?
Why is it impossible? You're saying it is impossible to be the contrary, which would be atheism, right? It has to be theism or God, because that's the only way you can have knowledge. And how you're defining knowledge is actually knowing things for a fact. But when I ask you how you verify that that fact is actually true, it is your presupposition of God that you lean on. But again, it's as equal as my presupposition as reality existing.
It's an impossibility of the contrary. There's no other method in which it is possible. That's the point.
Last time. I'm just going to say, for atheism, how is it impossible to have knowledge?
Huh?
How is it impossible to have knowledge in atheism?
Due to the fact that there's no method in which justification for knowledge can arise in the first place.
Is justification verifying or providing evidence towards your knowledge?
What do you mean by evidence in that sense?
Sure, I have knowledge that I'm claiming, and you're saying there's no way for me to, verify that knowledge or justify that knowledge?
Justify knowledge at all. Any knowledge.
Great. So your justification for your knowledge under theism is assuming
a neutral position
that you have knowledge.
You're assuming that there's a neutral
What
position,
do you mean
and
I'm
you and I
assuming?
no, because you are assuming that I have to justify my view in a certain way, and then you have to justify your view in that same way. You understand? I'm saying that nobody is capable of making that justification unless theism is the case. And so
How does theism
that
give you
is
that ability to justify your knowledge?
because it's an impossibility of the contrary. And that's why we were arguing about it. Showing that it is impossible.
If the opposite existed, right? If the opposite didn't exist and only God existed and only you existed, right? How do you verify the information that you have is actually true? Because the opposite is impossible? How does that work?
No, dude. Like, do you understand that the way that I would verify knowledge is by things that are already within my worldview because of the fact that it is the impossibility of the contrary that any other worldview can be the case? Yeah. How are you not seeing this?
You're saying that the opposite is impossible, but you haven't verified that.
I am. Actually, we're doing it. Considering that
Okay.
all
So
the
what's your
worldviews collapse
verification?
into solipsism. Every single worldview falls into that.
Is your verification that the opposite worldview is impossible?
The fact that you cannot gather knowledge without either breaking a law of logic or falling into an epistemic view, like a collapse, like for example, circularity or infinite regress and things like that, which then doesn't actually ground the knowledge itself. You can't. No worldviews can come to that conclusion.
So as an atheist, even though I have subjective information, I collect knowledge by seeing consistencies and logging patterns
And I asked
to collect
you
knowledge.
what you use,
Assuming
to
that
determine the
my
objective
assumption,
truth.
sure, my assumption is that reality outside myself is real, and I operate with that, as I explained earlier, and that's how I collect knowledge that I cannot verify to be true. Your opposition to that is that you presuppose a God that just verifies the knowledge for you and gives it to you. But there's no way for you actually to verify the knowledge given to you is actually true. And what you're saying is the opposite is impossible, even though I provided a syllogism for how we collect knowledge that we also can't verify to be true.
What do I need to verify it in your view? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you.
You need to verify it. You need some kind of proof.
You're
for
asking. And what kind? What kind do you need from me?
Ooh, how do we prove externally received information to be true? Is that the crux of the question here? Because that's the one I asked earlier. You can't. You literally can't, even under a theism point of view.
No, because if the theism view is the case, then that means that you can, because it's from God.
It is the case, presupposition.
Yeah, dude, you're literally sacrificing your own worldview by trying to make this argument.
No. Both worldviews can be equal. You can assume that atheism and like the world outside yourself exists without being able to justify or verify. You can assume that God is real.
If my view is the case, then we have the ability to understand true knowledge due to things within my paradigm that makes that the case. My argument is that no other paradigms are possible, therefore I can justify true knowledge because my paradigm is true. Come on, man.
Yeah, but you haven't verified that atheism is not true because you still, in your paradigm or mine, have no ability to verify external information. You literally don't, and you haven't provided one other than assuming that God gives you the ability.
What way are you asking me to verify it?
What way?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, the only way we'd be able to verify anything, which would be not a proof, which would be like a probability, is just using external information versus other external information, which is observations, which is science, which you quoted earlier.
Thank you.
In your worldview, you also have no ability to get to actual known knowledge.
Okay, so your
no way to verify knowledge.
Yeah. So the critique that you're giving me is not internal now, then, correct?
Oh, it's global. It's every worldview possible. So when you say that it is impossible to be the contrary, you are saying that in your worldview that you could have pure knowledge, you could have truth, but you literally don't have that ability even to verify in your own worldview. You just have to assume that God is giving you the truth.
You're presupposing that you have to have scientific proof to know anything.
Ooh, we are at the crux of it. So you're saying that you don't need to prove
I literally did a reductio ad absurdum. I did a reductio ad absurdum showing you that doesn't get you verification of knowledge. So then you telling me I can't verify true knowledge with the criteria I just disproved as a valid method shows that you're being dishonest.
You can't get proof. You don't need proof to get the knowledge. You just said that?
I have proof.
Do you need proof to get the knowledge?
I have proof in my worldview. I have it.
Great. Let's say you have your proof. Do you need proof to get to knowledge?
Do you need proof to get to knowledge? I believe there's justification necessary for knowledge.
Do you need proof to get the knowledge?
Proof or I said justification. That was what I answered.
Running from this so hard you don't need to. It's really easy. Do you need proof to get the knowledge?
What kind of proof?
Or do you just need justification?
What kind of proof? That's vague.
Proof is vague?
Yeah, the type of proof. There's different ways to prove things, is there not?
Proof would
be only one way to prove?
That makes a probability 100%.
Okay, cool. So you don't believe that you believe that there's only one way to prove anything at all?
Didn't say that.
Okay, so then when you say, do you have any way to prove? What are you asking me to? What are you asking me? What kind of proof are you asking?
It would be any kind of evidence that proves that reality exists or outside yourself, things exist outside of solipsism.
Oh, cool. So reality, yeah. And what evidence for proof? Okay, what kind of evidence?
What kind of evidence? There would be no evidence, which means you would have no ability.
So you're not asking me. So you're not asking me a question then.
Oh no, you are saying that you can have knowledge, which is proof based, like 100% probability evidence.
Yeah, knowledge.
Right. So
it's not. I didn't say it was through evidence.
Does knowledge require proof?
I didn't say it was through evidence.
Okay. Does knowledge require evidence that makes something 100%?
I believe that knowledge requires a justificatory path in order for it to be the case. But it can either be a it can be a philosophical argument. It doesn't necessitate that it requires some form of evidence the way that you're requiring it.
Okay, so knowledge does not require evidence that puts a probability at 100%.
That's not what I said. I said that if there's a justificatory path for knowledge, and that knowledge or that justification can be proven through philosophy, or it can be proven through another system, if we're talking about certain propositions, then that's the way that we would prove it. But we're talking about philosophy. So if I'm able to show philosophically that I can gather knowledge via my paradigm, then I can verify that I can gather knowledge. You can't do that.
Knowledge,
That's
right?
impossible.
Can you clear that up? I can actually, because I can get myself to a probability state. Not 100%, which would not be proof, but I just showed you that leads to solipsism.
I showed you that you literally conceded that solipsism, that leads to solipsism.
Perfect. So are you saying that if you don't have evidence that makes something 100% probable, you have to resort to
justification? Evidence, if we're talking about evidence right? Are you talking about it in an evidentialist mindset?
Sure. Let's use the word evidence. If you don't have evidence that gets you to 100% probability of something, does that mean solipsism to you?
It depends on the type of evidence you're requesting.
Bro, the wiggle room is crazy, bro.
How is that wiggle room? You think you could just make ambiguous
what
statements
percentage?
and I just have
Sure,
to sacrifice it?
No, I just need you to commit to literally anything. So, like, if you have evidence, what percentage of a probability does that have to bring you to?
What
Or knowledge?
percentage of probability? Is that what you just asked me?
Evidence is something that increases the probability of something being true.
I mean, we believe that evidence could simply just be an explanatory power for something.
Okay, so as long as I have explanatory power,
If there's
for
only
whatever I
one
believe
method
in,
to
that
explain
is now
something.
evidence that gets me to
If there's
knowledge.
because if it's a philosophical argument, if there's only one way to explain something to be the case, then therefore it would then be evidence that that is the case. What's so hard about that?
And I just provided a philosophical argument for how I can get to knowledge, which does not get me to 100% probability,
so what
but
do
it
you
does get me to a probability.
Okay, so then but you already conceded when I talked about the example about consistency, right? Where you literally said, okay, that makes sense, that would lead to solipsism. You literally admitted that. Meaning that that knowledge is impossible
we both
in
go
your
to
worldview.
Solipsism, bro.
No, I don't. I don't go to solipsism.
Okay. How do you get out of solipsism? You would say that God, assuming God gets you out of solipsism because you can have knowledge. When you define knowledge,
it's not
I
assuming
tried to
God.
get you to say,
I'm
is
making
it
an
proof
argument
of
for
something
God.
being true? That's fine. You're making an argument for God. Fine. But you're basically saying that it can't be the contrary because you need to get to knowledge, which atheism can't get to. But when you go to define knowledge, it gets looser and looser and looser to the point where it's just like, as long as you can justify it.
I said
justify true belief.
That's what I said this whole time.
And justification, fine. Define justification again.
Justification? An explanatory path. An explanatory path towards something.
I have an explanatory path, then it is possible.
If you have an explanatory path, obviously, that does not contradict itself or make the said explanation impossible, of course. You can explain something that's impossible.
Sure. So I have a justification for the atheist worldview that does not make it impossible.
What is it?
Sure. I ruled out things that are subjective in my observations, and I have not ruled out things being subjective yet. Those things I assume to be objective, which is a possibility. One, doesn't make it impossible. And that is my justification. So I've provided a worldview that is contrary to yours that is justified. Thus, you don't have an argument.
Yeah, so now we go ahead and we get into the reductio ad absurdum. This is how the argument works.
Please.
When you say that you use observation to rule out subjective from objective, right?
Yes, I've ruled out things that I know are not objective.
And what do you use?
External information.
External information, so objective things.
Why are we immediately assuming it's all objective?
So external things to you are not like objectively the case. Oh, now again. So now you're solipsist again.
Not everything. Did you hear what I said? I compare external information to external information.
What is something
and
external
the consistency
to you that's
and inconsistencies
subjective to you?
give me subjective and what are you talking about, bro?
What is something external to you that's subjective to you, bro?
Sure. If you have a dream and you dream something and you wake up, that dream was inconsistent.
That's within you. That's not external to you.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. It is experience that you have, external information, right? That you've received and that gets calculated in your brain, right? And that then becomes something that's fake. And it's subjective, not objective.
Okay, cool. So then again, I'll ask my question again.
Objective? No, we have justification for it.
I'll ask my question again. So when you said that you use observation of external things to determine something to be subjective or objective, right? If something is external to you, it is objective, yes?
Yeah.
It's objectively external to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously you would assume that nothing that is external to you is subjective, right?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay.
So then the things I see that are subjective, I can say that they exist in my head and not in reality.
Okay. So then when we use observation, which observation and coming to a conclusion, making propositions, is something that you do subjectively in your own mind, how do you come to the conclusion that something is objective?
Yeah, by the case that you haven't ruled it out yet.
What? So it's prima facie.
What? Can you steal me on my argument or no?
It's prima facie. You basically just say upon first glance unless there's defeaters.
First glance, second glance, third glance,
you did
40 years, 50 years.
You did a phenomenal conservatism axiom. You basically just said upon first glance.
First glance, as in you never see it again, or what does that mean?
Upon first glance, as in when you see something that at the first observation that you make, that unless you can prove it's not objective, it's objective.
Okay, yeah, that's how toddlers work.
That's how toddlers work.
Do I look at something once?
Exactly, your worldview is toddler-like. I get that.
Don't straw man me, sir. Do I look at things once and then make that assumption?
You did say you did. Yeah, you said that earlier.
When an infant first sees something, they assume it to be real.
Yes, I understand.
And then
Children
when they,
do
like
that.
Dreams, even.
Yeah,
Kids do that.
Yeah,
children do that.
Should we follow that?
And as you get older, no, we shouldn't follow that. We have years of collected information to verify.
So what do we do then?
Sure. As you grow up, like the monster in your closet that you see that it is inconsistent when you turn the lights on, so you can verify that was not real and was in your head. And we continue down that path to rule out things, and we keep the things that we have not found to be inconsistent and assume them to be objective. That is a justification for the atheist worldview.
Assume?
Because we've ruled out things, but we have not ruled out these things, so it is not impossible.
How have you ruled it out?
And it is not.
What did you do to rule it out?
What do you mean? Subjective things. We turned the lights on and we saw that the sweater in our closet's not a monster.
You observed it?
Yeah, external information versus external information.
Okay. And so if you think that you are, for example, dealing with an animal or a creature or a monster or something your whole life, would you say that you were observing a monster that whole time?
If you see it your entire life, yeah, unless somebody tells you otherwise, you would assume that's true.
When you're a kid, all the way up to you're about 17.
Yeah. If you see a monster in your closet every day of your life, up until you're 17, would you assume that thing's real?
I mean, I would say that people that hold that paradigm definitely would do that, yeah. But in terms of
and how would you find out that it's not real?
Would you say that's consistent?
That's consistent. How would you find out that it's not real?
But is it false? But is it true though?
How would you know?
Oh my gosh. Bro, come on, walk with me here.
Oh my gosh, you would know because other people tell you.
No, you're about to figure it out, bro. It's awesome. So it's consistent.
Beautiful. You would tell because other people would tell you that it doesn't exist.
No, it's consistent. You admitted that the observation is consistent. But I said, is it true though? That's a question.
I don't know.
Don't ask me.
How would you know if it's true or not?
Don't ask me a question.
Okay. We don't know if it's true or not.
Okay, so consistency doesn't verify knowledge then. Thank you.
Doesn't verify knowledge.
Thank you. So then you don't have justification for knowledge.
Again, can you steel man my position or no, bro? Because literally I told you it does not provide proof, which is 100% probability. It just does not provide impossibility for it. So when I said that when you observe something that has not been violated yet, has not been inconsistent, or has not been consistently hasn't been violated, that hasn't been ruled out yet. Just like the monster in your closet, which could literally be a dog or a monster. Who knows? By the time you're 17, you've seen it every day of your life, and no one's ever told you different. And every time you turn the lights on, that thing's literally still there.
So consistency doesn't lead to truth then, right?
Yeah, you would not be able to have proof through consistency and observation.
So what does, in your view?
What leads to proof?
Yeah.
Or what leads to a justification?
What leads to a justification?
Or consistency. I don't know. Did I prove the monster exists? No. Do I have justification?
Are you justified in believing that there's a monster in the closet? Are you justified?
Tell me why I shouldn't be. Yes, tell me why I shouldn't be. Why shouldn't I be?
Okay, so justification is just anything that anyone believes.
Anyone that anyone believes. Is that what I said?
What like, dude, you don't I don't even know how you could actually hold this position.
You want to steel man, like literally for one sentence, steel man what I just said.
You're saying that through consistency, you can justify a belief.
Yes. Do you disagree with that?
No, not in the sense that you're bringing it. I think it's crazy.
Okay, so tell me how you don't justify things with a consistency.
Does justification show evidence for something to be true?
Justification provide evidence for something to be true? No, I wouldn't say it does. I mean, you can justify something using some argument that has no evidence.
So what do you use to show that things are true?
observations that provide evidence towards something being probable.
You did it again.
How did I do it again? Do you disagree with that or not?
For something to be true, right, you're saying that it requires observation?
Yes.
And justification for knowledge apparently is something that anybody can just have even if it's false, right?
Consistency of observation, yes.
And it leads to believing in false things, but they're so justified?
Yeah. Can
So
you
how
have a
do we know
justification
the
for something
difference?
that's even false?
How do we know the difference between the false justifications and the true justification? To determine that something is factually
Beautiful
correct.
question. Beautiful question. You're saying, how do we prove it? Is that what you're saying? Even if all the evidence
How do you
pointed
know?
towards something being
I'm saying,
objective
how do
and
you
real,
know?
how do you prove it?
How do you know? That's what I'm asking you.
Can you rephrase the term know?
What? To possess knowledge.
No, possess knowledge. And the knowledge is 100% probability or any probability.
Is that your worldview?
Is that my worldview? It's a question that I asked you directly.
So you just gave me a false dichotomy.
It's not a false dichotomy. I literally asked
those
you
the only
knowledge.
two ways
That's
to-
something
are
that
there-
is... Guy. You look, here's the... I'm going to lay it out for you. You're avoiding this specifically because I provided some kind of a justification that does not get you to 100% probability, but it gets you to any probability, which means it is not impossible. And I provided the logistics on how it is not impossible for observations to provide some kind of evidence towards something existing. You've provided no argument in
idea.
showing how it could be proven to be impossible.
Oh my gosh.
And thus, your argument that your
Okay.
theism exists due to the contrary of the other falls apart.
My lord, you think
That is
when
the full cook.
You think when I say impossibility of the contrary, you think I'm talking about the probability of something being the case? Are you serious right now?
Impossibility deals with probability. Are you serious?
No, it doesn't always do that. Something can
No.
either just be
Go ahead.
true or false. Binary. That's not probability.
Okay, so what is the probability of something being false and the probability of something
In
existing
your
being true?
worldview, you would have to determine that with induction. So
Zero and
determining
one,
something
bro.
to be possible doesn't determine that there has to be something that has probability behind it. You're presupposing
Probability of
that that's a
something that doesn't
necessity.
exist.
What?
What's the probability of something that does not exist?
You just did it again. You're so lost.
That's meta? That's
Bro.
meta. What's the probability of something that doesn't exist?
The possibility of something that doesn't exist. You're presupposing that probability justifies truth.
Jesus Christ, it's zero. The probability of something that doesn't exist existing is zero. What's the probability of
The
something
probability.
that
No,
does in fact exist?
you can apply a probability to a possibility, right?
The possibility is the probability, dude.
Bro, you think those are identical?
You want to Google it together? Do we need to take a trip down Google Lane real quick?
This dude, I can't do this shit anymore. There's no way, bro.
Shake Google.
Shake Google. I can't do this anymore, bro. Like probability and like something being possible, those are not the same definitions. Those are not the same definitions. Thinking that those are identical to each other is ridiculous.
Yo,
Because something being probable is a mathematical thing. Something being possible is something that would just be considered a proposition with a set of premises. And you can prove something that is possible via that. That's not probability. You don't use probability to do that. That's idiotic. I'll bring up the next person.
Yeah. Yo, my favorite part of that whole conversation was when he presupposed his view on our view.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Hold on a second. 1 second. I'll bring you back up in just a second. Avoiding to get me up. Are you Peter is Muslim? Because if so, I'm not bringing your dumbass up here. I'm tired of get platforming you and you just make a bunch of dumbass arguments. GG's just run first way. Crumbs, were you here for the whole argument? Were you even here for any of this? You legitimately think that which is 0 and 100% possibility? Dude, that's not even a thing. 100% possible, 50% possible, that's probability. That's not the same thing as possible and impossible. That's not the same thing. It's whether it's true or false. That's ridiculous.
Some dudes need to pick up a philosophy book.
Thinking that probability is identical to possibility is ridiculous. What's up, Bay? Bay Area?
How you doing, man? I was listening to you. 44, Bay Area, man.
you fucking with my head, man.
What?
Like, and I'm trying to argue. I'm trying to see his version of it, but it's like, just because it hasn't happened, that the monster in the closet, why would it be in your closet for 17 years if it didn't have a motive? So yes, you know what I mean?
No, you're thinking too hard, bro.
No, but
Wait,
you guys
Bryce.
are trying to prove like, well, was the monster really there? No, it's not fucking there. Why would a monster just hang out in your closet for fucking 17 years? Why?
Bro, first off,
Bryce,
Matt, you
not
need to
doing
stop
anything.
coping in my chat, bro. Like, stop coping in my chat. I literally showed you that your system is actually impossible. I showed it that it's impossible because it literally leads to solipsism. It leads to the inability to actually justify knowledge. You also said yourself, I'm sorry, babe, I'm just roasting.
No, go ahead. You're correct. I was gonna
Like, you also even admitted yourself that you can be justified for a false belief. If you can be justified for a false belief, then you can't delineate the difference between a true justification. So then how do you determine something to be true? That's impossibility of knowledge, by the way.
Right.
Your worldview's
Bryce.
cooked. What?
He's literally using just straight. There has to be some logic to everything. I mean, he's literally like, so pretty much he's saying you can never prove anything right or wrong or you know what I mean? And that's
the
not
impossibility
reality.
of knowledge. That's the impossibility of knowledge.
Yeah.
You're admitting you can't know shit. Nothing ever
For
happens.
5
type
minutes,
shit.
I'm trying to be like, no, this fool's right. Like you can't say nothing is ever true or nothing is ever false.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can take anything and do it.
Because then it also makes it impossible for him to come up here and try to critique me. Because he can't prove that I'm true or false. He can't prove that my arguments are true or false.
Facts.
So then why debate? It's impossible to debate.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Right. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, like somebody just said in chat actually on YouTube, it is improbable that it would rain where I live in this season, but that does not mean that it is impossible. See?
Facts.
They're not identical.
That's the statement I made. I don't know if you read my comment there. I said, just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it couldn't happen.
Yeah. Like, it's improbable for something to happen, but that doesn't necessitate that it's impossible. If they're the same definition, they have to be semantically equivalent to each other.
Facts. Like, I looked at these cute stats because, with the, I don't want to get political because I'm not political, but I looked, I was like, you know what? Because women, paranoid, oh, I might get, whatever, right? And I'm like, you almost have a better chance of unaliving in a car crash. They're actually the same. Mm-hmm. They're both 13%. You have a 13% chance of women just getting snatched off the street somewhere, right? And something bad happened to her like that, as you do an unaliving in a car crash.
Yeah.
So they're both like, probably will never happen in your lifetime, but doesn't mean it couldn't happen, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So if I make an argument saying that something is impossible, and then he tries to immediately use improbability as an argument, and then saying that they're the same, he's like, so I said it's the impossibility of the contrary. It's impossible for this worldview to be the case. And then he's like, I showed how it's probable. I don't fucking care. Like, that doesn't mean that doesn't make it possible. Right. Like, that, oh my gosh, bro.
I'll give you two scenarios where you're like, it's possible, but really, it won't really happen. There's one guy that actually, his parachute didn't open, skydiving. He lived, right? Hit the ground going 300 miles an hour. Somehow he lived, broke every bone in his body. And there's one guy that actually, I'm from the Bay, jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and actually survive because it's like hitting concrete from that high. 14 people have tried, unalive themselves. One guy actually didn't, but broke every bone in his body also. So like you said, it's possible, but, good luck.
Yeah, bro. It's freaking crazy. Bill Hicks says the quality of callers you get in here is crazy. Yeah, man, I've
never met you. I was just swiping and I listened for 30 seconds. I couldn't take my ears out. I was like, oh, I'd like to think. I was like, let's go. Yeah, I was like, this is good.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You changed my thought though. You're right though. I mean, I really never thought that way though, because he's saying nothing is true or false. And that's
just a whack ass view anyway. That's like crazy.
That's weird. How would you go through life like that if nothing's ever a fact?
Yeah.
If everything's like what you would call a miracy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything's, John, F, right? You know what I mean? Like everything can't be that.
Hey, Mohammed, how you doing, man? Do you have any other questions for me? I know that you're a really nice Muslim. I'd like to talk to you for sure, man.
With that dude's worldview, it might be probable that what's it called, the Demogorgon from Stranger Things might come out of a portal and bite my ankle off.
And not to mention, by the way, that when I basically moved the argument that I was making into a first mover argument, because he basically was that I was trying to make a case for cause and effect, and that if there's any effect, there has to be a cause prior to that. Right? I talked about the first mover, and then he basically just affirmed a non-conscious first mover. And he said that like there is a first mover, but it's just a trigger. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wait,
who triggers it?
Exactly, because if the trigger, then he would have to say that trigger would be triggering universally, like you'd have to say it's an eternal trigger. Like, what even is that?
It triggers and then it untriggers eventually.
Right. Type stuff. Wait, he pulls the trigger, but it keeps pulling.
Yeah, and it keeps going forever, bro.
Well, this guy's creative.
Not to mention that the scientific worldview also makes that kind of impossible, because most scientists nowadays also hold to the position that the Big Bang eventually will become a big crunch, right? So the trigger goes out and then it somehow collapses back into the trigger, and then the trigger goes again. What's happening? It's ridiculous. It's not going to go anywhere.
But that's why I like that guy Bobo's argument. He doesn't believe anything about what he saw. He only believes what he could prove with science. If you ever listen to his interviews, he doesn't speculate or try to like create a theory. He just says what he's read, what he's tried, what he's worked, and he just keeps it strict aside. That's all he believes.
I don't hold any scientific systems that can't be verified by the scientific method. Anything that cannot be verified by the scientific method is pseudoscience.
Right. I want to get on the religion thing, man, because if we take that and everything, mix it together, is it real?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that science and religion don't contradict each other.
You believe they don't? You believe they do?
I believe they don't.
Okay.
But I don't affirm a lot of things that science makes as an argument.
Right. You want without like a monologue, you want to give me like a quick 20-second on kind of what you mean by that, like how they don't contradict each other or why?
I mean, I don't believe they contradict each other, because I believe that science is the study of the natural world that God gave.
And everything is science.
I mean, science is something that usually is embedded with certain philosophical worldviews. Like the philosophy of science is normally things like empirical methods.
Right. So if we believe in a higher power, are we wrong, or is this a faith, or can this be proven by science?
I mean, it's not something that would be able to be proven by science, because science is something that utilizes empiricism. And empiricism is the study of the senses, and so you can't just directly prove with sense data a philosophical argument. It's a philosophical argument that God exists. It's not something you can't have him in a beaker.
What about Jesus?
I mean, Jesus is a physical being, of course, like in terms of like possessing a human body, but that's something that we would prove through historical attestation. That's something that we have with historical documentation and people that have wrote about him, and the church that was started after him that attested to his existence and things like that, and his resurrection. So that we would because of the fact that he took on human flesh, we have evidence of God in a physical sense, in a sense. Right. But obviously, like in terms of like talking about his existence, that's a philosophical argument. You can't even use science to prove that something exists. You have to presuppose that something, if you find it, exists already. You're not using science to prove something exists. You're using science to demonstrate how it exists. You're already presupposing it's existing.
I like it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't totally agree, but I get it.
Yeah.
Get it. Yeah. But
what's your opinion on pagan nationalism? What the fuck is that, man?
I don't even want to get in between them. I don't care, because it's just a religion. It's a faith. It's the same shit.
What is pagan nationalism? What is that? Hold on. He's in the request, dude. I gotta know what this shit is.
It's John on an alt account.
What?
I don't know. It's probably John on an alt account.
Yo, what is pagan nationalism, bro? What is it? What is that? Production? He left.
Oh,
it most definitely was John. Now that just proved it.
Yeah, Google that real quick.
That probably was
I don't know
John.
what the fuck that is.
Pagan nationalism refers to the use of pagan beliefs and symbols by nationalist movements, often. Oh shit! It's the Hyperborea stuff, bro. It's like the Hyperborea, the Agartha aesthetic, and all that kind of stuff. I know about that. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah, that's the LARPing. That's LARPing stuff, bro. The people LARPing is
There's
freaking pagans.
a lot of pagans buried underneath the
I told you it was John.
There's a lot of people LARPing, bro. I love the pagan LARPers, bro. I love like those freaking like those fat zoids who like freaking wear Odin shirts and think they're warriors.
Right. You
It's
know, the
hilarious.
story goes that the Romans unalived thousands of them right in the middle of where they're at, and then they built the Vatican over it. Their graves.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the story, but that's
Oh, like you said, you can't prove it, right? Unless you want to remove the Vatican. Oh, you can't prove they're pagan still.
not even that. It's just like I'd say that there's not even just any like historical documentation to show that happened. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of things that people like make claims about in history because like they just they see like a image or something like that, like carved on a wall of like somebody running away from a dude with a cross or something like that. And they're like, see, Christian's bad.
Right, Christian's bad. I know. Every Christian's a nationalist right now. You know what I mean? So-
Exactly, bro. I'm a schmatzi because I'm Christian, I'm Orthodox Christian, so I'm screwed.
We don't got to get into it.
It logically concludes.
Side we're on.
Yeah.
Anyways, what do you believe? Do you believe in a faith or no?
Yeah, I'm Orthodox
What do they
Christian.
call that? Okay. I went to both. My dad was Christian. My stepmother used to bring me a lot of Catholics, so I would kind of like lean more toward the Catholic. But there's only like one main difference. What is that? I forgot what it is. They're pretty much the same. One prays to Mary.
Well, like,
but one
wait. I'm Orthodox.
One believes
like,
that we
I'm,
are alive.
do you know what an Orthodox is? Orthodox Christian?
Not to the definition.
So we're very similar to Roman Catholics, but we have different dogmas. We have different doctrines because they split away from us in 1054.
Right. There's one major thing though. I can't think of it, but I know it. It's just my brain fart.
The Pope.
No, the reincarnation part, right? One believes that about the you have already repented for your sins. One believes you have to, fuck. I can't.
Nah, Orthodox Christians don't believe in free grace, bro.
Okay, I get that, but the Catholics and the Christians, there's one major thing besides it's one believes that you have already repented for your sins or something like that, and one believes that you. Does you know what I'm talking about? I can't say it. Can't explain it right.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I have no idea. I honestly don't know like what you're saying is different.
Okay. So Christians believe that's what it is. Christians believe that Jesus Christ unalived on the cross for your sins.
Okay.
The Catholics believe you have to repent or something for your sins before you. It's something like that. You want to Google it? Yeah.
No. So I'm Orthodox, right? So like you're only creating two categories. You're saying Christian and Catholic. That's not a thing, right? There's technically speaking three actual categories of like major belief systems in Christianity. There's Protestants, there's Orthodox, and then there's Catholics. Protestants are like the Baptists and like the non-denominational strip mall church dudes, all those guys. Those are Protestants.
And then there's the J words I can't say, talking about the Orientals.
Yeah. The Oriental.
Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
They're Protestant. They're Mormons. Yeah, they're Protestants.
Do you know what their belief is?
Yeah. I know a lot about it. Their view is freaking wild as hell. I can tell you all about it.
They get their own. I had a really close.
You get their own planet, bro. Get their own planet.
Yeah. They believe they get their own planet, and their family she told me.
The Heavenly Father lives on a planet right now called Kolob.
I bet he does.
And the father had a father too.
Yeah, and you have to kind of know one really well because no one will tell you anything about it.
Calling LDS prots is crazy. You guys are all the same.
Right.
You guys, some of you are just more crazy than others, Crumbs.
Facts.
But you guys all have the same epistemic hole.
Wait, what would be the issue with saying that they're?
I'm assuming that Crumbs is a Protestant and he doesn't want to be collapsed into that. doesn't want to be collapsed into sharing the same similar epistemology as LDS. Usually how that works. W take, thank you, kid. GG's.
I mean,
it's absolutely
fair,
it is Protestant.
just,
it derives from the Protestant Reformation. It is literally Protestant.
They're all just Talmudic, you know the word.
Talmudic, Talmudic oives. The oives.
Yes.
The Tiny Hat Club.
The Tiny Hat Club. Hat Man?
Trump's favorite people club.
Aren't they funded by the CIA? Yes, the Mormons are funded by the CIA because they're a bunch of they're a bunch of psyop plants. Correct.
What?
Yeah, because they're easily suppressive, bro. They're super easy to control.
Right. You can fearmonger the hell out of them and they'll listen to whatever you say.
Yeah, and if the CIA is capable of like convincing you to go preach things in a certain methodology, the CIA, there's multiple. I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble for this shit. I'm saying this shit. The CIA has a lot of documentation that's been released over time of them utilizing religion in the United States to change people's opinions on things. Multiple times. They literally would implant themselves in things like Mormonism, for example, and tell the Mormons, basically, in a sense, because these CIA people would like become Mormons, like fake Mormons, and then they would become high up in the LDS church, and then they would introduce doctrines that control the society to the standard that the government needs them to do. It's not hard.
Right. Can never prove it, but there's enough people to whistleblow it to where you know
there's plenty. Yeah, there's plenty of people that can freaking release documents and be like, look, it was an operation. It definitely did that shit.
Wow.
Same with the Freemasons. The CIA completely controls the Freemasons.
Yes.
That's why their whole organization is crazy, bro.
Right. What do you believe? What do you take out of these? Now that it's pretty obvious that the elites are, let's just say, allegedly, sacrificing, worshiping the bad guy down there.
It proves that there's a good guy.
Let me ask you this.
If they're worshiping the bad guy, then who's the opposite of that?
I get it. What proof do we have that he's the bad guy? Because I know you know some stories about.
You heard some of the shit that they do?
I get that, right? But what if they are bad people, but they're actually worshiping the good guy? Get it?
The wrong way.
Gnostics!
Yeah, like Gnostic. This is some Gnostic shit, bro.
Like what
secret knowledge? Secret knowledge.
Hey, bro, they just got the device.
Where is this stream? The stream is located on TikTok, Elias. I'll post the link for you. All right.
Did you hear me on that one, host? What proof do you have that Satan isn't Jesus and Jesus isn't Satan?
Because of the fact that Satan, I'm about to say impossibility of the contrary. Jesus actually proclaims multiple times that he detests Satan, and he was tempted by Satan in the gospel. So then, therefore, he can't be him.
Right. Everybody has been tempted by Satan.
Scientology literally infiltrated the U.S. government. I think the U.S. government just created Scientology.
100%, and then put the elites in there, and yeah. Tom Cruise is allegedly the mastermind.
Tom Cruise is a psyop. But man, he's a good actor.
Oh man, one of my favorites, bro. Okay, I'm not bashing the guy at all. I mean, Top Gun and
Mission Impossible.
The two greatest movies of all fucking time.
Mission Impossible.
Oh, my wife loves those, all 6 of them. You know what I mean? Yeah. Tom Cruise is an icon. My favorite. I'm 44. It's Arnold, Sly, and Tom Cruise. And then like Tom Hanks. Those are my probably top 5.
Then Leo. The Pope's hat is a fish, which is a false gospel. False god. Is that what that says? Yeah, it does. Wow.
The Pope. The Catholics are the biggest frauds of them all.
I mean, I'm Orthodox, so I feel you there. I get it.
I as I got older,
we follow a very similar belief to them in terms of like history, but one of our biggest gripes that we have with them is the papacy. The fact that there's like some freaking Kiza Tatarak that controls everything.
You can't condemn 2 things for thousands of years and then say they're okay. We know what those say they're real now and they're okay, and you know what those 2 things are. get on national television. The alphabet and the new beings that are allegedly, you know what I mean? You can't say those are, you know what I mean? You can't get on national television as a pope and justify that this is okay or this is real now when you condemned us for thousands of years.
You know the
So
stuff
what else
he hate about you know the stuff he hate about Catholics, y'all do too. Maybe.
I don't hate Catholics. I'm like I said, I'm more Catholic. I just because you're with something doesn't mean you're 100% with it.
Yeah, we do affirm a lot of things that the Catholics do because it's a historical Christian position.
Right.
The Protestants have like watered down Christianity massively. That's one of the biggest problems. The Pope, you mean Mr. Popo? Not exactly. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Tempo, I think you have mod access. I LARP when bored is coming up
That
here.
means I'm in charge of the stream.
I think you can drop people. Can you drop? Are you
I
able?
can
to?
drop people. I'm pretty sure. Can I test it real quick?
Yeah. Come back up, Bay. Kick Bay real quick and bring him back up.
Wait, no. Frick. Hold on. Wait. Did it work?
Yeah, it worked. Okay, cool. I gotta use the
Nice.
bathroom real quick. Tempo, control the stream.
Yeah.
I don't know who I LARP when bored is, so. But hey, what's up, man?
Hello, Mr. Bryce. How are you today?
What is that? Okay. Hey, what's up, man? I have no
My
idea.
fellow-
You
my
talk to my
fellow
buddy
brother.
Tempo until I get back.
Okay.
Tempo.
Yeah, what's up, bro? You got a disagreement?
What's up?
No, I'm talking to this guy.
Yeah, I'm an atheist
You're an atheist. Why are you an atheist?
because there's no.
Let me guess, there's no proof of God.
Sorry, this girl from Israel was calling me.
Cool.
That's freaking random. What the heck?
No, right? I'm going for Israel's calling me.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so
Hopefully
like,
she doesn't do it
yeah,
again.
why are you atheist?
Because there's no evidence. There's no evidence.
What is evidence?
An argument that would submit into the criteria that I, as an
Okay.
individual, would take.
Why do you think that your evidence that you acquire through your senses, right? Because that's what you're gonna
My senses.
wait. Hold on, yeah, because that's what you're gonna appeal to, your sense data, because that's how you acquire evidence.
My sense data.
Yes.
Sense
Why do you think
data.
how do you think that that's a justification for knowledge?
When did I say my sense data was a justification for knowledge?
Because when you're talking about an atheistic worldview, that's what you're going to have to appeal to for evidence, is things that you gather through your senses.
Do you take atheism to be a worldview?
100%.
What about lack of belief constitutes specific epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics?
Yeah, atheists, now, then you would just be an agnostic, which is still a worldview. You have a worldview no matter what.
Do you think if someone's like, I don't know, he likes cats, does that constitute a worldview?
That's arbitrary.
So what does that have to do with my question?
Yeah, because that's not the topic of discussion.
It's irrelevant because
whether that's a completely different thing of
What?
me saying I like cats or I don't like cats. That doesn't. I agree. That doesn't constitute a worldview.
The same way,
We're
the
wait.
lack
Hold
of
on.
belief.
Hold on. When
Sorry.
we're specifically
Sorry.
talking about the
I
topic,
apologize.
when we're specifically talking about the topic that we are on, then you and how you view the world, the evidence that you gather, that is a worldview by definition.
So, like, the evidence that I gather on cats constitute the worldview of cats, bro.
I literally just said that's arbitrary. That's not even
How
the
is it-
point of
How is it
contention.
arbitrary?
Because you're deviating from my original point. Your view on God,
What?
on how you gather evidence, is a worldview.
Wait,
It has nothing to do with cats. You're just asserting that.
I'm asserting that. Do you think?
Yes.
Do you think a belief is me asserting it?
What?
Do you think, like, if I have a belief that I like cats, is that the same type of thing as, like, me saying that there is no? I personally am not convinced subjectively. that there is
No,
existence of God?
because your personal opinion on cats doesn't constitute a worldview.
The same way, my
Your
personal
view
wait,
on
you
how
have
the
to let me
world
speak,
is,
man.
because a view on if God is real or not constitutes the world You liking cats or not liking cats does not constitute a
Right.
worldview.
The same way my subjective experience on a cat doesn't constitute a worldview, my subjective experience on whether
No,
there's a
because it's a
God or
false,
not
bro. That's literally a
doesn't.
false equivocation.
Okay, if it's a false equivocation, what's the common property not being shared?
Yeah, the common property is you liking or not liking cats, like I literally mentioned before,
That's not a
doesn't
common
constitute.
What do you
Wait,
think
hold
a common
on, bruh.
property is, bro?
That doesn't affect the view on the world.
Right.
You need to get Shake Bryce J in here, bro. Stop it a lot. This is insane.
Yeah, if you don't want to take the conversation seriously, bro, you can just bounce. Like it's like dude's literally being a sophist. He doesn't want to address the actual arguments.
I don't like people that don't like just a debate. We're not saying who's wrong or right, really. I mean, some of it is facts, right? I mean, we know, but somebody who just has to be right all day. That's what he sounds like. He just firmly believes in one thing and nothing's going to change his mind. It's like.
Yeah, of course I dropped you. You weren't engaging with the conversation. You're literally being a sophist.
Bro, if you
He was being an idiot for like literally on purpose.
Right. No. Those kind of people, I'm like, tell me who you voted for without telling me who you voted for.
Tempo was running. He was cooking you. Yeah, you're right, bro.
All right, I know. He was running. He was cooking you.
Common property is arbitrary. Like I literally gave the reason that what you were saying was arbitrary. I don't care. I don't have to know what the common property is.
Right.
Like, dude's such an idiot, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the JW?
He's an atheist, though. I mean, they're I'm gonna say weird, but it takes a certain kind of person to even kind of
I did not mean to let this guy up.
Don't worry about it.
Moderator.
I'm going to worry about it later.
Who is that?
What's some dude from earlier? Yo, what's up, Derek Paul?
How's it going?
What's up, dude? You have a disagreement?
No, I don't have any disagreement.
Okay, what's your worldview?
My worldview is unconditional love for everyone.
Do you believe in the Bible?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what religious organization do you subscribe to?
Now you want to bring me out. Thank you.
Bryce, your moderator dropped me.
Yes. You want to know why I dropped him? You want to know why I dropped him?
Because you didn't know what a common property was?
No, because I was asking him his view, and I was saying he was trying to make a claim that atheism isn't a worldview, and I said yes, it is. And he literally brought up an arbitrary view and wouldn't let go of it. Of that, if his belief or in his like subjective view of liking a cat constitutes a worldview, and I said it's arbitrary, and he just kept trying to argue it, and I was like, okay, bro, you're just dodging the freaking argument. Like,
wait, it says his worldview would be what?
He literally said his worldview is constituted by liking a cat or not.
Presupposing that there's a cat, never mind. I'm not gonna go into that level of.
All right, Derek. What religious organization do you subscribe to?
I am a Jehovah's Witness.
Rhetoric.
Are you?
Okay.
No.
Okay, so you believe then, with that being said, that Jesus is not God, right?
No, Jehovah's Son is Jesus Christ.
Okay. So if we use something like I'll use the New World Translation. All right. Cool.
I'm
assuming. Yeah, nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, you want to drop me? I won't fuck up your algorithm.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, nice talking to you, Bay Area.
Yeah, you're cool.
Hey, yeah, you guys are.
Yeah, dude, you're a nice guy, man. God bless you.
Alrighty. So first off, do you want me to show you something that's in the Greek, my friend?
Sure.
All these things up here.
Just saw a Jesus edit of Jesus flipping tables in the temple. So, guys, I was on a boat, Bryce. That's why I wanted you to up me so quick.
Oh yeah, you're on a boat?
Yeah, I was on a yacht.
Oh yeah, you were?
Yes. Oh my!
You know, Bryce owns like 3 of those, right?
Dude, yo, Bryce, you're so disingenuous. He's like, sure you were.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Yeah, that's how I was trying. Oh my god. All right, whatever, bro.
It's all good, man. I'm pulling up some stuff for you, man. Give me a second.
All good.
No, you know, Bryce really be going around to his coworkers saying that like you can't ground you can't ground your knowledge for this issue.
You know what? Me, Michael, Bryce, and Jake on a boat, on a yacht? Come on, man.
That'd be fun.
We'll talk about it.
I'm throwing Schoolboy off, though.
Go straight up.
I don't even think if me and Bryce and Jake tried to throw you off, we could get you off the boat. I was joking. I love you, bro.
Love you, too. It's okay. It's the same thing with you.
I mean, yeah, bro. I weigh as much as you. I'm just fucking jacked.
True.
Me and Zay been hitting the gym. Bro,
bro. I think Zay benches more than you, bro.
I had a conversation with this girl on this yacht, bro, and she said, this old lady, she said that basically the church is something from Satan.
Dang, Jesus is Satan now? Yeah, we're cooked.
Yo, and she said she's a Christian, and she's like, you don't need the church, you just need the words of God. So.
Wow.
And I did the Bryce, you know the Bryce face where he opens his mouth like he's shocked about some shit and he's not? He just goes like, he just opens his fucking, like that.
Bryce, now you have to do it.
You have to do it.
What?
Do the face when you look shocked. There you go. Yeah.
Looking for a specific. What's the verse in Deuteronomy that says Adonai Yahweh? Which verse is that?
Oh, Deuteronomy 6:4.
That's freaking okay. That's the Shema. It's
You're talking. Yeah, I thought you were talking about that. I mean, that proves our position too, but not word.
I understand that. I'm looking for the very specific one. I think it's in Deuteronomy 3, maybe.
Oh, are you gonna compare it to where it like uses the Greek words kyrie?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. It's the tetragrammaton you're looking for, right?
How was the live tonight, guys? Sorry, I just got off of my
Pretty good so far. Yeah, pretty good so far. It's not too bad.
It's good.
Anybody in chat know that verse specifically? I'm throwing a huge blank right now.
What, the Adonai thing in Deuteronomy?
Yeah.
Isn't it Deuteronomy? I thought it was Deuteronomy
10:17.
10:17.
Wait, isn't that 8? What the fuck?
I thought it was, yeah.
I thought it was 8.
The high New York. No, it's not that one, bro.
Is this like the ARG for like Jehovah's Witnesses or some shit?
Yeah,
see, this is
but
where
I
we
haven't done this in forever, bro. I'm trying to remember. Or
so should I just invite Lewis?
Dude,
No, I
the
gotta do it.
optics
I gotta do
look terrible right now.
I don't care.
What scripture are you looking for?
I'm looking for when they refer to God as Lord in Deuteronomy. I can't remember the specific verse that is, and it's pissing me off. Actually, I think hold on, Lewis actually sent it. He sent it to me a while ago. Boom. Okay, I got it. Got it. Alrighty. Okay, so let me go ahead and pull this up real quick. So we're gonna go ahead and use the Greek and the Hebrew here. All right. So in Matthew 7:21, which you could also use Luke 6:46 if you wanted to as well. That's pretty much the same passage, but I'm going to use it in this case, right? Where it says, "Not everyone saying to me, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of heavens. Saying to me, Lord, Lord, right? He goes by the name Kyrie Kyrie. Would you agree that that's Jesus' name? Derek?
Jesus' father is Jehovah.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. So my question was that in Matthew 7:21 it says, "Not everyone saying to me, Lord, Lord," as in Kyrie Kyrie in Greek, "will enter into the kingdom of the heavens." Would you agree that that's Jesus saying that his name is Lord, Lord?
Derek, can you answer the question? More plates, more dates? Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, so in Matthew 7:21 Jesus is referring to himself as Lord, Lord, right?
Not everyone saying, Lord, Lord. You could only enter into the kingdom of the heavens through Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Not everyone's saying to me, Lord, Lord, right? So they're calling him Lord, Lord, right? Calling Jesus that, correct?
Well, they say Lord, Lord as speaking to Jehovah the Father.
It says
and his
to
Son,
me.
Jesus Christ.
It says to me.
Right. You have to go through Jesus Christ to get to the Father, Jehovah.
Okay, so
But it doesn't
it's
say
a title.
the Father.
It's a title. It's not what you're trying to make it. It's not him declaring the Son and the Father. When he says Lord, Lord, Kyrie Kyrie is a title. That is it's a double.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand
So
very well.
yeah. So with that being said, Lord, Lord, Kyrie Kyrie, when that's translated into Hebrew, that's Adonai Yahweh. And then in Deuteronomy, okay, so then in Deuteronomy 3:24, it says, when it's referred, your greatness, your servant to show. Oh, sorry, I read that backwards. Let me read that and then a regular thing real quick. Make sure that I have that set up here right. Okay. O Lord, Lord, you began to show to your attendant your strength and your power. Right? You see that's talking about Jehovah? All right, I'll just make the argument. Maybe you'll see it. Right, Deuteronomy 3:24, when it says, Lord God, or Lord, Lord, you have begun to show your servant your greatness. Okay? Would you say that's referring to Jehovah?
Yeah, you gotta get off of pause. We can't hear you when you're on pause.
Yeah, if you're backed out of the app, we can't hear you, man.
Well, I'm sorry. I was looking at scripture. He was referring to his servant Joshua.
Yeah, but who's Lord? But who's Lord God? Who is that? Lord, Lord.
Lord God.
In Deuteronomy 3:24, Lord, Lord is Jehovah, right?
Correct.
Okay, and it goes in Hebrew as Adonai Yahweh, right?
Correct.
So Jesus is then calling himself Jehovah in Matthew 7:21 then.
Well, you got to take the Old Testament from the New Testament, right?
What?
So basically, Jehovah.
This in Greek is Kyrie Kyrie, by the way. So like Lord God, even in the Old Testament with the Septuagint, right? Lord, Lord refers to Kyrie Kyrie, and you admitted that this is referring to Jehovah. So in Matthew 7:21, when it says, "Not everyone saying to me, Kyrie Kyrie, will enter into the kingdom," they're calling him Jehovah.
Jesus is referring to his Father.
And it says to me.
Still, though, you got to go through Jesus Christ for Jehovah, because Jesus came in the flesh. Jehovah cannot. He had to send his only begotten Son for all of us. So Jesus has to refer to his Father Jehovah, because Jehovah cannot. He cannot come. He cannot. Sin cannot be before Jehovah at all. So
Can you slow down?
To Jehovah.
Can you slow down, please? I think you're conflating. I mean, it says me. Are you saying Jesus is the Father, Jehovah?
Jesus is always referring to his father Jehovah.
Yeah, so you're just really good at not answering.
All right. Well, so if you think that verse is referring to his father, if we look at Luke 6:46, it says, "Why now do you call me Lord, Lord, and not do what I say?"
We have to do everything in imitation of Jesus Christ,
who is Lord, Lord, right?
Jesus is always referring to the Father, so it doesn't really matter about anything we do. The only way we can get through to Jehovah is through Jesus Christ.
So when it says, "Why now do you call me Lord, Lord," are they calling him Lord, Lord?
Look, plain and simple. You always have to refer to Jesus Christ to get to the Father. Even our prayers has to go to Jesus Christ.
That's not answering my question. Are they calling him Lord, Lord? Are the people calling him that?
Yes or no, dude? Yes or no?
Well, Jesus is Lord.
Lord, is he Lord? Is he Lord, Lord? Is he Kyria, Kyria? Is that Jesus?
It still doesn't make Jesus.
No, wait.
It does. It doesn't. Well, not the Father, but like in terms of the Old Testament, you just admitted that Adonai Yahweh also translates to Kyria, Kyria, is Jehovah in the Old Testament. But then in the New Testament, when he says, "Why do you now call me Adonai Yahweh, but do not do what I say?" Why did he not rebuke them?
Just read John 14:6.
We gotta get through this, bro. I'm not gonna move on until we get through this. Are the people in Luke 6:46 calling Jesus Adonai Yahweh?
They're calling Jesus Jesus.
No, they're not. Where?
No, they're not.
Where?
Jesus is still Lord, bro.
What?
That's not answering, bro. He's literally, Jesus is literally saying, "You call me Adonai Yahweh, but you don't do what I say." That's literally what he's saying.
No, bro.
That's literally what it says.
That's literally what it says, verbatim.
No.
Okay, wait. If it says that, is your position false? Yes or no?
No,
yes.
Man. You got to take the context of the scripture. You still
Okay, what's the context? What's the context of this verse?
The context of the verse is Jesus Christ is.
Look, you're laughing.
Son.
You're laughing, bro. You know this is crazy.
You don't even take your own position seriously.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
All right, so Luke 6:46. Why do you call me Lord, Lord, and do not do what I say? What is he saying to the people right now in this verse? What is he saying?
People, basically, they are not respecting anything Jesus done. That's why they put him on the torture stake.
Oh my gosh.
Torture stake.
Wait, Bryce, can I ask you a question, man? Why are they calling him God? They're referring to him.
Why are they referring to
Adonai.
him? Yeah, why are they referring to him as Adonai Yahweh? Why are they doing that?
Yes. Why are they doing this?
Their imperfections, they don't know. That's why they tortured him and killed him.
Wait. So then why didn't he rebuke them for calling him God?
Well, because he's loving. He would have never fulfilled Jehovah's will. Never fulfilled Jehovah's will.
You're not real. You're not real.
No.
None of us would have been.
Wait. Hold on, Bryce. Wait. So let me ask you a question. So, is it all loving for me if one of my family members is a substance addict, right? And would it be all loving for me not to correct them and not to be like, "Hey, what you're doing is wrong"? Would that be loving?
You can't be like, you can't call me that.
You can't call me a substance addict.
I'm not Jehovah. Like, why didn't?
Yeah, like why is he not correcting him?
At the same time, you do everything. You gotta show love no matter what. You can't.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking. You know how weird this is.
I can't. That's not an argument. Okay, look, bro. I'm sorry. I'm pray for that guy because I feel like he saw it and he couldn't accept it. Look,
it's actually insane.
Very, very simple. Very simple argument. Right. They're calling the people in the Bible at this time are calling Jesus Adonai Yahweh. Right. Very simple. It's very obvious in the context that that's what this is. You read in a verse before and we can read in a verse after. You go then to Deuteronomy 3:24, where then Jehovah is then referenced as Adonai Yahweh, which in translated in Greek is Kyria Kyrios. And he admitted that Jehovah is that name. So then when you look at the interlinear for the New Testament, he's saying, "Why do you call me Adonai Yahweh, but don't do what I say?" Why didn't he say, "Why do you call me Adonai Yahweh? I'm not Adonai Yahweh." Like, why do you call me God, but you don't listen to me?
Could you imagine calling like a rabbi God?
Exactly, and then instead of him saying I'm not God, he just says, well, "Why do you call me God, but you don't listen to me?" Oh, come on, bro.
What the heck?
Come on, man. Wait for that guy though, because that was sad. That was really sad.
He was
you could
laughing.
I mean, it's not even that, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure that like he saw that and he didn't know what to say. Ortho Bro James says, "Hey Bryce, I saw you on the last couple days in a live stream comment section making good points. Love to see that you're out here also battling." Oh, thank you. I go live pretty consistently, and I like doing these open debate panels.
Wait, did he just give you a dono?
No, that is on YouTube. I have 13 people on YouTube right now.
Oh, that's actually sick, bro. It sounded like a no-no. He gave you a super chat.
Nah, I ain't got no super chats yet, bro. I don't got enough people in here.
No, don't do super chats. It's like they take like all of it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know.
It's ridiculous.
Whatever.
You do that. I think it's like Streamlabs or whatever. I think you should probably set that up.
I probably should. Bryce, don't ignore me. Bryce still can't answer my question. You're gonna say, is your God begotten or unbegotten, bro? You can get on my panel.
I mean, you can do both. I'm just saying, like, no, obviously do it, but it's just like you don't want people to ever donate to super chats. Like, it's the worst thing possible because it takes like 30%. No, they take 30% of your shit. Like, it's ridiculous.
I mean, like, I really don't care, bro.
I understand.
By
but
the
like,
way,
you don't know.
Speaking of shilling, in case you guys were curious, I'll announce this again. I do have my subscription thing finally turned on TikTok. If you guys wanted to do it, I think it's like $3 a month or something like that. You guys get access to all of my funny emojis and shit. And you also get access to like getting your comments pinned and whatnot. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
Does your one God proceed from a person or not? Exactly, Rumi. Yeah, I love the arguments like that. They're so funny.
What's the argument?
You worship
for people?
one person or three persons?
Bryce, what's the argument?
Bryce, did Jesus pray to one person or three persons?
Actually, you know what? Let me ask Tempo this. Tempo, what's the argument for premise one of tag?
I mean, the premise one for tag saying all epistemology is either theonomous or autonomous.
Is that a disjunctive?
Yeah, exclusively.
Really? I gotta start. I don't know why I didn't remember that. That's what I should probably say.
Yeah,
and then
there is no third thing. That's the argument.
Wait, that is the argument. So, like, what do you typically hear? Like, what does an atheist usually respond with when you say that?
They usually say okay. They usually say okay to that.
Oh.
Like most people understand that there's no difference. That it's an exclusive disjunctive to say that all epistemology is either from God or not from God or from the self.
Theonomous or not theonomous, or
no,
is it just
theonomous or not theonomous, right? So you can say that, or you could say it's either theonomous or autonomous. You can say either one.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and so then like the next premise would then basically go down the reductio of any worldview that holds autonomous epistemology.
Well, yeah, but yeah, you're right. Okay.
And then and then eventually the syllogism. So I have like the full syllogism of tag now.
Can you just I mean, I know you probably have it down. Wait, what do you mean you have it down, like written down, or you just have it in your mind?
I have it written down. I need to remember it more, but it is.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just send that to me?
Yeah.
Please, just on Discord, please.
Yeah. I have the premises actually that lead all the way to orthodoxy. It's pretty funny.
Are you serious?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Wait, yo, please send. No,
His Father Deacon Ananias's entire premise argument. Yeah.
Is it solid?
It's pretty damn good, yeah.
Yo, Tempo. What are you watching, dude?
Oh snap! I'm on Twitter, bro.
I can't even send the whole thing.
I didn't even know
I
that's
can't even
going
send
through.
the whole thing on Discord.
Wait, can you? It'd be nice if you had my number, but only Schoolboy can have your fucking phone number.
Dude,
anyways,
just text me your number on Discord.
Okay.
Tell Bryce to stop running. I'm not running, dude. I'm not running. I promise. Tell me why you have an icon of Eunomius.
My address too, Bryce, or something? What's good?
Huh? Social security number.
I'll do social. Well, could you find out if I gave you my social everything?
Everything about you.
If you actually had that, that's crazy. Could you find my social?
It'd probably take a very long time, but probably.
Sickening.
Just socially engineer and find out like any kind of company you associate with that may actually ever ask you to verify that information, and then I just call as them and spoof my number as them.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course you do. Of course you know how to do all that. Oh, bro! Actually, what a boat ride! I swear I was on a bro. That's why I was trying to get you out. I wanted to show everyone, bro. It was so beautiful.
All right, there you go. I sent the whole syllogism to you. You want to read it? If you read it privately though, it's long as shit. You know me as pray for us. Yikes.
Wait, can you send? It's 754. I put 76 like an idiot.
Dude, I just sent that shit to a random person.
It doesn't exist. That person doesn't exist.
Okay, it's
754 305, and then I'm not gonna.
And then what? What's the last four?
I'm not in it, dude.
Alright. Boom.
Thank you. You didn't send it yet.
Bryce, Lamau, what type of phone do you have?
All right, guys. Bryce
Galaxy Z Fold.
Bryce Shay's number is 911.
Oh, chill.
It's 911, guys.
Chill.
I would never, bro. I would never. Can you imagine if I just did that? You imagine I just printed your... Yeah, that'd be crazy. No, I would never.
What is that? It's a folding phone, bro.
Yeah, that's actually sickening. I don't even think I'll save your number because that's actually sick that you're an Android user.
My phone is better than yours in every way.
Okay, so like I understand that you feel you need to say that to feel superior. But it's like the equivalent of like Walmart trying to hang with like Gucci. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not.
Yeah, what's your argument for Apple being Gucci in this situation?
I would say that just the accessibility of Apple, and then just the argument from nostalgia is just something that I think kind of supersedes Samsung.
Nostalgia supersedes.
What?
Like the actual quality of a product?
Well, when you say quality, I would just say that it's intuitively like it just seems to be the case that it's just more operable for me at least.
Seems to be the case. What did you use to determine something to be the case?
I have an epistemic standard that is grounded through my normative authority.
In what?
In God. Like, well,
okay,
that's my reason.
Okay, so God.
Are you talking about my personal?
God prefers Apple users.
Okay, first off, I never said that.
I'm gonna reductio you into the floor, bro. Keep going.
You can't reductio this.
I
No,
can.
because you're literally okay. You want to reductio this? All I'm saying is that it's just relative. I'm just using a general consensus argument like against you.
Okay, so
like, how do you? Yeah.
Yeah. So you're a sheep to society, is what you're saying.
I mean, that's a cool that. In theory, it sounds nice, but it doesn't actually do anything, Bryce.
I mean, it actually did because I could tell that it made you think.
Okay, it didn't make me think. I am operating something right now.
Yeah, I'll just hit you with one of these again, bro.
Do you think white people should be allowed to say the N-word?
No.
Oh shit, the table's leaving.
Thank you. Oh shit, the table's leaving.
Bryce, are you okay?
Yep. Oh, did you already rag on my
Bryce,
bipolar crap? My wife, yeah, I have multiple times. Hard R too.
Fuck.
Okay. So, my wife requested that I talk about how ridiculous the day went. Since we're kind of just hanging out, and then I'll look at some submissions. So, what happened today was that my wife was the sweetest thing on the planet. In the morning, she was really chill. We had people coming to pack our house up because we're moving tomorrow. That's why I got boxes all over the place. And the day went pretty good. Everything's just going smooth, right? But then we are at a gas station coming home from a showing of the house that we're moving to. Right? You didn't request it. I just asked the question. Okay, well, I'm going to do it anyway, honey, to be fair. So I end up having to go inside the gas station, right? And I turned the car off. My wife wasn't going to go in there. No way you just invited her up here.
I'm sorry.
And so she stayed in the car with the baby, right? I gave her the keys. I'm going to see what everyone else thinks. I gave her the keys, right? And I said, start the car, right? Because I got to go inside. And then when I get back from the gas station, she then gaslights the shit out of me, right?
Okay.
She gaslights me by saying that I left her alone in a hot car with a baby. What? What?
Now, did you ask her if she wanted to come inside, Bryce?
Huh? Inside the
Oh,
no.
shit. Oh, fuck. Here we go.
You're not going to tell the whole story?
I am. I'm still continuing to tell the story.
No, you just kind of ended it off of she's gaslighting. You didn't really.
She was gaslighting me. To be fair, she was gaslighting me. I'm still going. So then I started to think like, I didn't realize that she was that mad at me at the time. Okay. Because she didn't really display it that much yet. Right. And then we're driving, right? And then we go to Starbucks. She seems irritated with me when I said we got to go back to the Starbucks. I'm like, all right. And then we get to the Starbucks and then we're ordering our stuff or whatever. And then she says, she makes I think she thought I got frustrated with her or something. I can't remember specifically what it was, honey.
She don't worry, she remembers.
She got frustrated. Yeah, she got frustrated with me because of something I said. And then she's just like, all right, whatever. Like, I just feel like I'm walking on eggshells. And I'm just like, what? And I'm like, where'd that come from? Right? Like, I was having a good day, bro. I was having a good day. And then she, we just kept freaking just jabbing at me, bro. Just constantly just wow, you're getting mad at me about everything.
Okay.
And then she gets a chocolate croissant, or no, she's Danish. Was it? She's Danish? No, chocolate croissant from Starbucks. And she eats the chocolate croissant, and then about 5 minutes later, turns back into the sweetest thing on the planet.
Okay, so what you're saying is that she gaslighted you because she was hangry.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Hannah.
Can I tell my side of it?
Sure.
Is it your side or is it the truth?
What actually happened?
Oh, whatever, bro. Go ahead.
So we stopped at this gas station because he had to get gas. I thought he was only getting gas, right? And then we park and he gets ready to turn off the car and he's like, I'm going to go inside. Do you want anything? And I said, no, I don't want anything because we're going to Starbucks after this. And then, the other one from the back goes, I have to pee. And we're like, oh, great. And, me thinking, the rational thing to do is he has to go inside. Now he knows he has to take that one with him. And it's really, really hot out, miserable. You step outside and it's like you're freaking drenched. He turns off the car and then gets out.
Okay.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And then when he's getting her out of the car, he tosses the key at me because I'm like, you left the car off. What are you doing? He's like, here's the key. Just turn it on from the app. I go to turn it on from the app.
Of course.
This jerk left his freaking door partially open. So then I had to climb over to his side.
I wasn't aware of this part of the story.
And then start the car.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so she did that.
Okay.
Isn't that messed up?
That you had to turn on the car?
Why did he turn it off if he knew he was going to be forever in the gas station?
Okay, I do think it's weird. So wait, why do you just turn off car? I don't understand. Do you turn off car when you get gas, Bryce?
I turned off the car originally because I was going to get gas. I was
But you don't have to
originally
turn off the
behind
car.
why
You don't
I
have
turned.
to.
Okay, yes you do, bro.
Wait, what? No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Are you guys TO or WO around these parts? I'm not. Okay, World Orthodox is not a thing, Zealot's Den. That's
Wait,
not a
I'm
thing.
sorry. Hannah. You think you have to turn off your? Okay, I got gas today, and my car was on, and I just drove off.
Okay. You're an idiot.
Wait, how? Wait. What? How am I an idiot? I just put gas in my car. I'm an idiot for doing that.
The car being on, bro, you're actually you're bonkers for doing that.
What? Wait, can you explain? Do you guys believe in the myth that your car is gonna like blow up or something?
Dude, it's not a myth. That's happened.
It doesn't happen.
Oh
Pope,
my god.
reading is fundamental. Have you ever read the giant yellow stickers that are plastered on the gas pumps?
What is it?
Literally says turn your car off.
Okay, does it actually? No, it does.
Yes, it does. Every single one of them says you can't have your car on
Sometimes
while
I forget you're a real
filling it
human,
up.
Pope.
Yo, wait. I'm so sorry, guys. I've been doing this for like the last 3 years, and nothing's happened to me. So what's the issue? I don't understand. Okay, anyways.
Just because it hasn't happened.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways, my bad that you guys have to turn off your vehicle. This would have never happened if you would have left your fucking car on.
His angels are working overtime. Exactly, messenger.
What? What do you mean Listen to me, man. You guys are so weird. You guys have this old people mentality that you need to turn
Old people mentality?
No one turns their car off when they're getting gas.
Everyone does that.
People that want to live turn their car
Okay,
off.
I'm sorry. Do you not think like cars would have like a safety feature if it was so existential that you need to turn your vehicle off to put gas in your car? Are you okay? Gas runs. You're just literally putting gas into a running car. It takes gas. What's gonna happen? Can you explain to me?
Bro. It's because of the fact that there are hot parts.
Malfunctions can happen.
Yeah, malfunctions can happen. Misfires can happen. If your car misfires or it does a back what do they call that? A back blast? Like what is that called?
A back blast, dude.
Shut up, bro. I don't remember what it's called. It's where it sounds like a gun.
Okay, anyways, you mean okay, anyways.
You don't even know what it's called.
Because listen to me.
Backfire. Yes, backfire. If it backfires, the fuel you got can catch on fire and boom.
Okay, dude. Can you? That's whatever. I don't.
Backshot, definitely not backshot, Scrimba. That is not.
I mean, can you just confirm that? Can you just look it up or some shit? I don't think this is.
It's called
true.
it's a backfire, bro.
Can you just look up? Is it
All
safe?
Right. Can your car explode if your
car can explode while it's on? What are you talking about? Oh,
Can your car? Yeah, good job, Pope. Can your car explode if you fill gas with it on?
Oh shit! I just cooked myself. Why did I say that?
You're an idiot, bro. Straight up. While it's rare, it is possible for a car to catch on fire, but not directly explode if you fill it with gas while the engine is running. The reason for this risk is a potential for gasoline vapors to ignite from a spark or heat source, which can be produced by a running engine or related components.
How empty was your gas tank, bro?
Dude, it was literally on 0.
No, him.
Me, it was on 0. Here now, schoolboy's gonna wring my ass, bro.
I have no idea what's happening. I'm just like,
Pope fills his gas tank up while the car's on.
Yeah, that's fine.
That exactly. Thank you. For the love of God, you guys are so dumb.
You just don't read
It's
because you're
literally
stupid.
dangerous.
Bro, schoolboy, can you tell these? They don't understand. They don't get it, dude.
I mean, think about it, guys. Like, what causes ignition?
Brother.
The engine.
Okay, how far is the engine from the gas
way.
pump?
No fucking way. This is your argument, bro. No way,
bro.
I'm sorry. Like, no, we'll argue about this, Bryce. Like,
how gas catch fire?
What are you talking about?
How gas catch fire if engine up front? If engine up front, how car catch fire?
I'll mute you, Tempo.
How car catch fire if engine up front?
1v1.
I want to see this 1v1. Everyone shut up.
All right, so how does gasoline actually ignite?
The fumes are put into the intake, right? The fumes of the gas, it goes from liquid to gas, and then it's lit.
No, it doesn't go from liquid to gas, sir. It's sprayed in as a liquid through the injectors, right?
Yes, and then it's a fume, right?
No, that's not a fume.
Okay.
It's sprayed through the injectors.
I give up. I don't understand engines. I give up. I concede.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not making myself look that stupid, bro.
Okay, so instead of okay, great. So apologize to me.
You leave the lid open so you get oxygen, so it is dangerous.
Bro, you guys are so dumb. Listen, our family's been doing this for many years.
Do you know what the most dangerous thing that you can do while like actually filling your gas tank is?
What? Turning it off midway?
No, like touching any conductive source so you can create a spark, because the only thing that's going to ignite is the fumes if you create a static charge.
Bredimus on YouTube called you a dumbass. He said, gas fumes are flammable. If your car is running, you run a higher risk due to a static discharge or hot exhaust ignition components.
Okay, that just was a bunch of like just word salad.
That just means you don't understand.
Hold on. Where are the hot exhaust components?
Exactly. I know exactly what they're talking about.
It's under your car, right?
Yeah.
Maybe at the back of the car.
It's at the back of the vehicle, and you guys are talking about some risk that my car's gonna blow up or catch fire. You know, when you drive a car, you have a risk.
Bredimus is a mechanic. I appeal to him.
Okay, that's a fallacy, bro. Congratulations.
That's not a fallacy. He's actually an expert in the field.
How do you? Okay,
so how is flame going to come from your engine all the way back to the nozzle? Do you want to explain that to me, Bryce?
Yeah, while the nozzle
radiate
in Theoria.
The heat radiates?
Motherfucker says in Theoria.
So you guys were just ripping on me. This isn't even about me, bro, because I want to have my car on.
Why though?
Okay, but you want to know something?
There is a risk. It does exist. It says it on the gas pumps. It says don't have your car running.
Listen, I don't know what gas
That's
pump
the same. Hey, that's the same logic as wear a mask during
the
19 pandemic.
Yeah,
you
bro.
know that those
non sequitur.
Okay,
no, it's identical.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Because it's brain. Hey, Bryce, you know why it's identical? Because it's government authorities brainwashing us.
Okay. Anyways,
what are they trying to brainwash me for there?
Compliance,
dude. They just want you to be able to listen. Look, when there's a stoplight, let me not do that. That's dumb. That's dumb. Listen, Bryce.
Why should I stop at a street light? They just want you to comply.
100%. 100%.
Dumbass freaking position, bro.
Dude, we had more
position.
accidents now than we had way back before like streetlights were even a thing.
ALC said it's illegal in some states to have your car on while pumping gas. I wonder why.
Dude,
it is.
Wonder why.
Yeah.
Because compliance.
This is dangerous.
Dude, you know what's dangerous? Driving on the highway, bro, at like 11 p.m.
Oh, yeah? How about this, schoolboy? The mechanic said this. He said, what if your evap... He says, what if your evap canister is malfunctioning and the vent valve is located right above the exhaust, as many cars are?
So you get more exhaust fumes coming back at you so you can cause more of a spark?
Yeah.
The danger is not the engine running, it's you causing a spark.
By doing what?
By having a static charge on your person.
No. No, it's from the engine running.
What is coming through the evap canister?
Bro, what the fuck? You know what, Bryce? Why don't you look up how many people's cars have caught fire from putting gas while their engine's running? Why don't you look that up?
Maybe I can find a video of it.
You know what? That's a great Pope. You know what? I think you're right.
Yeah, bro. Like you're sitting here talking about like what could have, should have. Let's talk about what actually happens.
Yeah, let's talk about the is.
No one was hurt. Smith happened at the.
Oh, here we go with this shit. Oh my God, this is. What are you doing, Bryce? Oh, you're not a real person.
Yep, there it is. Too easy. You guys are about to get empirically freaking demolished.
Yeah,
give me a second.
Play it.
Fellow filling up his tank. There you go. He's filling it up, and all of a sudden it catches fire. He runs away just in time. Gas station.
Was his car running?
Yes.
Could have been avoided.
Well, we don't know what he had on him. There could have been other things.
Freaking argument from silence. I don't care.
I think he's smoking. I think he might be chiefing a little schmunt.
No, he's not.
He hit a blunt. Yeah, he did. Look in the car. Don't leave your car. Bro had a blunt.
They're literally saying it's because the car was running, bro. Look at that.
Dude.
Bryce, make a fake Google search. What?
Bro, you think exceptions disprove the rule, bro?
That wasn't even near the tank. Well, play that back.
That wasn't even near the tank, bro.
Yeah, but the car was running.
Bro, listen to me. Your car, listen, anytime a vehicle's running, it has a risk of catching up. Yo,
Yes, Pope is 100% right.
anytime, you're not a, you're so dumb. Dude,
That's already 3, bro.
no, listen to me. Anytime a car is running, you run risk for it just igniting. You literally have an engine going. Are you okay in the head?
Yeah, I know. So then why would you
Bryce
run the
doesn't
risk?
know how engines work. Why are we even listening to him on this? He
'Cause I
said
know
that
it can
they
happen.
turn it into fumes in the magic block.
Okay, so
not
by
magic.
this logic,
I know that for a
wait. So are you arguing that you want to reduce the risk for your car catching on fire?
What?
Do you want to reduce the risk of your car catching on fire?
Correct.
Okay, great. So then don't drive on the highway because you have like a 19% increase, right? In comparison driving on like the regular roadways or whatever of your car catching on fire.
He's right.
Okay.
So apply that same logic. You don't. You're inconsistent. You don't even hold to it.
Yeah, the risk factor in which you can do something, it literally does not inconvenience you in any way to turn your car off when you're at a petrol station.
That's
bro.
not what I'm arguing. Wait, what does that have to do with what I just... Okay. It's just complete sophistry from you.
Yeah. Can you explain how I'm being a sophist?
Yeah, you're just basically just avoiding everything.
What is the argument?
Listen to that emotion, bro. Listen to that
What
shit
is
just
what
spew out
is
of
the
his
argument?
mouth.
Hold on. Let's go back to square one. What is the argument?
What is
Yeah,
the
what's your
argument?
argument? Put it in premises.
That it is safer to turn your car off when you're filling up gas at a gas station. And so then therefore you should turn your car off at a gas station when you're filling it up.
Should you not drive on the highway since it's safer to not drive on the highway?
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that definitely is a two-quoque. And
Who gives a fuck?
Oh, yeah, exactly, bro. Just collapse immediately into the freaking I don't care about
Here we go.
fallacies.
Fallacy machine, right? Here we
Yeah,
go.
exactly. Yeah, just start rejecting fallacies. See where that goes.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Who are you, Joel?
Exactly. Just reject the fallacies, bro. That's how you win, right?
Dude, you would have
Bryce,
avoided.
did you know that I called into Matt Slick's first ever TikTok live tonight?
Wow, that sounds horrible.
It was. I got kicked off with a quickness.
Did you get did someone record it?
I'm sure someone recorded it. I don't know if it'll be uploaded.
I'm getting through
funny?
some submissions.
What's worse, Hannah being upset at you, Bryce, or your car catching on fire?
My wife being mad at me is a lot worse than me losing my car. Actually.
Exactly. So you could have avoided it by leaving your fucking engine running.
Shut the fuck up, Pope.
How did this start?
Kinda got you there.
How did this start?
Okay, Pope, I concede that shit. You got me on that one. You got me on that one.
Jesus, what is this? Why do you have?
Because I'm watching submissions on Discord now.
The law of identity is a law of logic. It states that A is A. Prior to God creating
Tempo, shut up!
the law of identity, there would not be any A. That is A. A would not be A prior to God creating the law of identity.
So true, Queen.
But God was God prior to creating the law of identity. So the law of identity held prior to God creating it. So the law of identity existed prior to God creating it.
Oh, shut
which
up.
means that God didn't create the law of identity because it already existed before he created it.
Reflection of the divine Loki.
No freaking
get wrecked,
way, bro.
goon.
No way that was an argument.
Did he act? There's no shot. That's real.
Yo, the laws of logic, in order for God to be God, the law of identity had to be before God. A crazy argument, bro. Oh my gosh, bro.
Substantiate that claim.
I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson.
I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson.
How do you know the difference?
B stands for beard.
Fair enough.
Do you believe in farts?
What do you mean by believe?
Are they real?
Okay, I don't think that's knowable.
What can you tell
This
me
is
about
dumb.
farts?
I can only tell you.
He's got a good impression,
the
though.
Consequences of
It
having
is a
been
decent
in the world.
impression, but
Talking about
you know
the
what? You know what's funnier? The Jordan B. Peterson versus the Jordan Peterson
I know that
versus
one, yeah.
Peter Jordanson. That's way funnier.
Oh, man, I don't want to watch an Instagram reel. Wi-Fi Gospel, if you're in here, bro, because you were in here earlier, I'm not watching
Boomer.
that shit. It's on Instagram. Who uses that app?
Bryce, can you go to our DM? Don't worry, I unsent my thing. Can you go to our DMs and watch the video I sent you?
You unsent your thing? What? Pause.
Don't worry. No, not like that.
Well, we don't know, Pope. We know your history.
Shut up. Can you go to my DM?
I've had the
video. It's a really good video. I want everyone to see it, please.
Why are you gonna make me play my own
Yes,
glaze?
Please. I want everyone to react.
Look at this dude. No, there's no way that you're spending time making shit like that, bro. There's no way.
Shit, it's tough though. Look at everyone in the chat. That shit is hard. Shit is tough.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Yeah. Hey, can we all acknowledge if that shit was tough? Was that shit not tough? Wait, please. That template took me 2 minutes, bro.
Metaphysics Mike.
How to debunk the Trinity in less than 30 seconds.
All right, let's see it.
Okay, so the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are each 100% God.
Yeah, that's what Trinitarians say.
That means they should have 100% of the attributes of God.
Yo, hereticception, by the way.
That's true.
So question for Christians, is Jesus independent of God the Father or dependent on God the Father? If he's independent of God the Father, that's two ultimate independent existences, meaning two gods. If Jesus is dependent on God the Father, he cannot be 100% God, as God is 100% independent.
Yeah.
Major category error.
Yeah, that checks out. Christians will be upset with me and say he's...
Of course, Metaphysics Mike couldn't catch that, though, because he still won't freaking get rid of that dumbass name.
grifting to Muslims, when really I'm just grifting to the truth. And because the truth comes from a Muslim changes nothing. And actually, I'm frustrated with you because you notice how he associates the false doctrine of the Trinity with Christianity. And then you wonder why they reject Christianity.
No, they reject Christianity because there's a lot more things than just the Trinity that they reject. So that's not even true.
Conversation another time. I have your competition on the phone. Let's finish this conversation another time. I have your competition on the phone.
Okay.
I respond to based skibbity ortho palamasite
These are so
forming
ass.
Rizzler 1488 catechumens criticism of me. Yeah.
Guys, this is so ass, guys. You guys
That could not have actually been a real person's name. No shot. Sorry, bro. No way.
Guys,
I'll watch the actual video that they wanted me to look at, and then I'm going to go to bed after that. And it's Ruslan's reasoning behind why he won't be Orthodox.
I've had the privilege of sitting down with several Eastern Orthodox priests, a
Wait,
Catholic...
pause. Guys, someone clip this, so this is a good thing for the channel. Go ahead.
Ruslan is going to apparently make the reasoning behind why he will not convert to Orthodoxy.
priest and tons of friends who are both Catholic and Eastern Orthodox to discuss the differences between all of us with our respective streams of Christianity. And the question that often comes up is, Ruslan,
But before we talk, though, make sure you guys buy my book and shit.
why have you not became Eastern Orthodox or Catholic? And let me just forewarn that I love my Eastern Orthodox and Catholic brothers and sisters. Some of you guys may know that I grew up Oriental Orthodox. That's one of the first major schisms within Christendom. And the Oriental Orthodox is the church that encompasses the Armenian Orthodox, the Ethiopian Orthodox, so on and so forth. So I was actually baptized and I was an altar boy, and it was a very conflicting experience in my formidable years of life. But having multiple conversations, both publicly and privately, it has given me much time to reflect. Now, before either side jumps into the comment section without watching the video and starts arguing, let me just say that if I make any mistakes in this, I'll probably get in the comments and try my best to clean it up. But what I do think is interesting in ecumenical conversations is many of the presuppositions that we often grant for opposing sides. And this is what I mean. There are multiple reasons why people evolve
Bro's about to run the evangelical tag.
into high church settings. And the most common that I hear is this idea of apostolic succession. The idea that the apostles established bishops and priests, and those bishops established other bishops, and the only way to maintain an unbroken chain of apostolic succession is through that line. If we grant this presupposition that there is an unbroken chain of apostolic succession within Eastern Orthodoxy, Catholicism, Oriental Orthodoxy, so on and so forth, then the presupposition allows them to say, and therefore you Protestants have no apostolic succession and no valid church and no valid communion. Now, in a minute, we'll look at what the scriptures say regarding this to the best of my ability. But what I think is interesting is that there really shouldn't be this idea of high church versus low church, because most of these churches with apostolic succession all claim to be the one true church. Some of them are more friendly with other one true churches than others, but generally, they all claim to be the one true Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. Now, I'm not trying to argue which one is or isn't, and I'm not even saying that Protestants have the one.
Bro, there's no way that like he's starting off the argument by saying that apostolic succession is not a valid argument because there's multiple people that claim that they have it. That doesn't even follow, bro. People can claim false things. It's ridiculous.
One true and holy apostolic church. We've never made that claim. Just interesting that the debates happening online are high church versus low church, where all high churches are
the biggest
exclusive
hand wave I've
in their
ever
claims
seen
to be the one true church.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. I
Probably gonna get
enjoyed
worse.
many of the aspects of growing up Oriental Orthodox. I still go back and visit. I love the incense. I love the liturgy. I think it is beautiful. But this idea of there being apostolic succession through the line of the bishop, and therefore Protestants generally don't have apostolic succession, is a sneaky one, because there are Protestant streams of Christianity that do claim and show a unbroken apostolic succession, specifically the Anglicans and some Lutherans, specifically the Lutheran Church of Sweden and the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Finland. You can look up different charts for yourself.
Have you seen the Lutheran Church of Sweden though?
I don't even want to go into the particulars. We're talking about the actual standard. What is apostolic succession? Like, just sweep the leg on that. Like, just wholesale.
It's being part of the body. It's being part of the actual communion of that one church that has maintained
apostolic
the belief.
succession isn't just, it's holding to the faith handed down to the apostles. It's continuation of that faith.
And so trying to basically make an argument that we can't use apostolic succession because there's multiple denominations that claim to have it and can possibly even demonstrate a physical lineage is ridiculous, because that's not the point of apostolic succession at all.
I'm not going to get into that. I think the deeper issue, though, is granting the presupposition that there are actually 3 offices within church. Specifically, priest or presbyter, deacon, which we all know about deacons, and bishop, which is often translated as elder or overseer. Now, one of my favorite things as a YouTuber is helping you guys discover other up-and-coming YouTubers. And so we're going to do that in a second with checking out a video from a channel I've been loving called Biblical Understanding. But before we get into that, guys, my name is Ruslan, and this channel exists to encourage, empower, and inspire you to live a life that blesses God. So if you're new here, if you're not new here, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. There's a huge percentage of the people that watch this channel, unfortunately, are Protestants run from Ignatius because of his views of the 3 offices within church. Let's first go to the scriptures and see if there's 3 offices or if there's perhaps something more happening. Now, again, as a Protestant, remember that we hold to sola scriptura. That doesn't mean you have to. It just means that from our framework, scripture is the only apostolic.
He just admitted that that's a subjective opinion. He literally just admitted that sola scriptura is not objectively the case. He just said you don't have to hold to it.
That is insane.
Like that, you literally just debunked yourself, Ruslan. Come on, brother.
Authority that is infallible. That doesn't mean we don't hold to other authorities. It doesn't mean we don't like the creeds. It just means that when it comes to an infallible authority, we believe scripture is the only one. And when we go to the scriptures, we see 2 passages specifically about overseers or elders. The first one is
actually a sincere hypocrite on YouTube made a good point. He said, by this dumb logic, he shouldn't be Christian because multiple religions claim to believe in one God. Yeah, exactly. Literally the same stuff.
In Titus chapter 1, and the other one is in 1 Timothy chapter 3. Now, if we go here, this is Paul writing Titus, and he says, the reason I left you in Crete was that you might put in order what was left unfinished and appoint elders in every town as I directed you. An elder must be blameless, faithful to his wife, a man whose children believe and are not open to the charge of being wild and disobedient. Since an overseer manages God's household, he must be blameless, not overbearing. So here are the standards that we see Paul saying that an elder must have. Now, I love using my Logos Bible software. If you guys didn't know, they're a partner of the channel, and they're giving all of us 60 free years.
Holy shit, bro. Can he go 5 minutes without shilling?
I spent money to watch his Jay Dyer debate, dude, or his conversation with Jay Dyer.
Oh my gosh.
If we look at this word elder, I can hit study, and we see the word elder here is presbyteros, or priest. That's where the word priest comes from. This is someone that is an elder, someone that is older, someone that is in the Sanhedrin context, according to this, right? One of the translations for it apparently is old men, or someone that is older. Now,
oh, great. Now he's just going to harp on the different ways in which you can say a word and be like, see, it doesn't only mean priest.
Here, Paul is using the word elders. He's writing in Titus that to appoint elders. Now, a little later, he says, since an overseer manages his household, he must be blameless, not overbearing, not quick-tempered, not given to drunkenness, not violent, not pursuing dishonest games. So this word overseer, we hit here. Aha! And now we have our other word.
Episkopos.
Episkopos. Episkopos is the word bishop. Do you see something interesting here? Okay. Before I reveal that, let's go to the other parallel version of this passage. Same thing. We see 1 Timothy 3. Here's a trustworthy saying, whoever aspires to be an overseer, what is overseer in this context? It is, again, a episkopos. Episcope, which is a bishop. That is the 1 Timothy.
He did not practice doing this because he would have known that that was a different context to the word overseer.
The layout of the qualifications for an overseer and for a deacon, right? And that word overseer keeps being used. So the interesting thing is, if we go back to Titus, the word elder is the presbyter. The word overseer is the word bishop. Now, it would seem, and Protestants hold to, that Paul is using the word presbyter and the word bishop interchangeably. So in Titus, when Paul's laying out these standards and expectations, the word elder is presbyteros, and we see it used in the New Testament several times. And this is how it's usually translated: elders, old men, ancients, some elders, and eldermen, to your elders. So the word elder, which is overseer or bishop, and the word presbyter is used interchangeably. And when we look at that word bishop, episkopos, scroll down, we see it used twice. 1 Timothy 3:2, Acts 20:28. Paul gathers and calls together the overseers or the bishops. So I am not saying that there aren't three offices: bishop, priest, deacon. I'm saying that if we're looking at the scriptures, you should be able to see, if you're a high church person, how many Protestants come to the conclusion that there's only two offices: elder, overseer.
That's just a word concept fallacy, bro. Oh my gosh. Like, he's not taking into account the fact that the church interpreted these declarations in the way of three. That was the way that the church in the first millennia, the original church, interpreted this, because they actually are from the apostles. They're that close to the apostles that they held that position. And so trying to say, like, well, personally, I see it differently, that doesn't mean anything. Literally doesn't mean anything. It's not historically the case. Right? Historically, that's not what the interpretation entailed. Assuming that just because nowadays we can look at the Bible and try to make it seem like, for example, an overseer, a deacon, and like I think he made the argument that a priest and a bishop can be the same thing, or something like that. I think it was what he was doing. Like, that's not the historical position. That wasn't the position that the church of the first millennia held. And if you're admitting that you're holding to two, then you're admitting that you're not holding to the original church's position. So that's honestly a defeater.
Priest, bishop being one, and then deacon being two. That does something to the idea of apostolic succession. But we're going to get there in a second. Now, some of you will say, Ruslan, great, but don't you know that church tradition says the opposite? That there's actually three offices, as pointed out by Ignatius? Well, that's where I want to highlight Biblical Understanding's YouTube channel. And he put together a fabulous 21-minute video on this, which you should go check out, about Ignatius and his writings regarding the three offices, and how that is the one that low church Protestants are terrified of. So Ignatius is an apostolic father, different than a church father. Those guys wrote later on. Ignatius wrote between the year.
Did he just freaking show a picture of Ignatius of Aola?
He did. He really just did that.
That was not Ignatius of Antioch. That was Ignatius of Aola, bro. No, or Loyola. Yeah, Ignatius of Loyola.
Wait, that is crazy.
That's a post-schism saint, bro. That's like a post-schism Catholic saint.
That's wild, bro.
Oh my lord. Either that was an AI-generated mistake, or he has not done research. That was Ignatius of Loyola. That was not Ignatius of Antioch. That's actually
AI probably edited the video, so maybe.
Wow. Hold on. Schoolboy, did you see that?
Bryce, yeah, I heard it while I was fixing all the chaos that ensued from how you managed the.
I made everybody mods again.
I know you did, but you don't understand what it does on the perm level, on the channel level, and on the category level when it comes to the actual server. Please do not make changes like that without consulting me again.
Huh?
You don't understand how much of a pain in the neck it is to actually fix a Discord server when you make role level changes like that.
I didn't make a role level change.
You deleted a whole ass role.
No, I didn't.
Well, it changed everything as far as how we had the
I removed people from the role. So if that broke the server, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know why it broke the server, but it did.
Okay.
That's not my problem. That's not supposed to happen. Like that like I removed people from a role. I didn't even change any permissions of moderator.
You created a new role moderator though, didn't you?
No.
For a small period of time? Because I saw a new role moderator that wasn't there before.
I didn't do that.
I don't know where that came from then.
All right. I don't know. I added everybody back to the moderator role that was always there.
Know. So all I'm saying is, so then maybe there's a bigger problem that we need to handle. That may be even above my role at this point. And this may be something that needs to be addressed. But there was at one point, obviously we had the moderator role that had the holographic text, right?
Okay.
After you made the change, there was a role moderator that was gray in role color.
Like I said, I didn't do that.
Okay, so I don't know
You
where
could check the logs. I didn't make a new role.
I will check that then.
Okay. Do you believe him? All right. Never mind.
They're 107 to 110. And he is
shut
who
up.
people point to with regards to this idea of three offices. But Clement actually came a little bit before him. He wrote around the year 95 or 96. This is also an apostolic father. And so this is how we get to our first clip from Biblical Understanding, where he is harmonizing Ignatius with the idea of what Clement and other apostolic fathers wrote with regards to two offices or three offices. Now, at the end, I'll help you understand why that makes a difference for apostolic succession within Protestant streams of Christianity. But first, let's check out Biblical Understanding and his breakdown of some of these church fathers.
However, when we compare Ignatius to the rest of the writings that we have from the Apostolic Fathers time period, we discover that Ignatius is the only individual who holds to this three-office view of the church. I've already done a video on Clement of Rome, and we've examined in that video that he held to a two-office structure of church government.
I'm going to read that real quick. Therefore, preaching among regions and cities that they appointed their first fruits, testing them by the Spirit to be bishops and deacons of the future believers. And this is nothing new, for much time since then has been written about bishops and deacons. For somewhere the scripture says as follows, I would appoint their bishops in righteousness and their deacons in faith. So just because it's referring to two offices, that doesn't mean that therefore there wasn't a third office. It's just actually addressing bishops and deacons.
So 1 Clement 42:4-5 writes, therefore, preaching among regions and cities, they appointed their first fruits, testing them by the Spirit to be bishops and deacons. So again, it would seem that Clement, an apostolic father, who's writing very early, is seeing bishops as both presbyters and overseers, bishops, right? One office of future believers. And this is nothing new. For much time since then has been written about bishops and deacons. For somewhere the scripture says as follow, I will appoint their bishops in righteousness and their deacons in faith. Interesting.
The same goes for Polycarp in his letter to the Philippians, and we also see this referenced in the Didache and the Shepherd of Hermas.
So Polycarp was also an apostolic father who wrote around the year 120 AD, so after Clement and Ignatius. The Shepherd of Hermas could have been written anywhere from 70 AD, which is very early, to 140 AD. And it was actually in the running for becoming a part of the canon scriptures, like in the Murturian canon, which actually had the Shepherd of Hermas. And then he referenced the Didache, which we've covered on this channel. That was written in the late 1st century or the early 2nd century. So all around the same time as Ignatius.
And so I think really this whole discussion boils down to this main question. And this really is the question that kind of determines where we go from here. Do we interpret Ignatius in light of the rest of the apostolic fathers, or do we interpret the rest of the apostolic fathers in light of Ignatius? My contention is that we should use the rest of the apostolic fathers to interpret Ignatius for a few reasons. The first...
Oh, so the argument is that Ignatius is just wrong. That's the argument that I'm giving here.
...is because Ignatius is, again, the only individual who has this distinctive three-office view. It would be one thing if Ignatius was accompanied by a few other contemporaries and they were a small minority.
Okay, I want to address something real quick. Even if, for the sake of the argument, because I don't believe the argument, but even if, for the sake of the argument, I were to grant that in the 1st to 2nd century, Saint Ignatius of Antioch was the only person to actually proclaim 3 offices, and then you literally see in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th century that they affirmed the 3-office system, that means that they believed that St. Ignatius was correct and that other people would then therefore be wrong because the rest of the church took on that position. So if that's an incorrect position, you have to then affirm that the church took on the incorrect position. That's ridiculous.
To the rest of the apostolic father witness. But given the fact that he is the only individual from this time period that holds to the 3-office view, I believe it is more reasonable to use the collective witness as a way to interpret what Ignatius is saying.
Now, again, what I'm not saying is that there aren't church fathers that came along later that hold to this 3-office view, but what it seems like is the apostolic fathers, more or less the disciples of the apostles, seem to all have held to a 2-office view. One of overseer and priest, or in our context today, probably be like a senior pastor and pastor role, and that of deacon, like an under pastor role, right? And the interesting thing about deacons, by the way, is that there were women deacons in the Bible, which none of the high churches today generally ordain women deacons unless they're like...
Anybody in chat? Who were the female deacons in the Bible? Who were they? Curious about that. Never even heard that argument in my life. Does anybody know about that?
There are no female deacons. There are only deaconess.
Deaconess Phoebe. Okay.
There's a difference between a female deacon and a deaconess.
Oh. They have a different role than a deacon, I presume?
Yes, the deaconesses were a role that was filled by the church when baptisms were performed in the nude.
Oh.
So for the sake, yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
Women never have administered the Eucharist.
Okay, that makes sense.
I just...
Sophisticated Supernova said going to my first liturgy Sunday. That's amazing, man. God bless you for that.
Our society is so cool.
What?
No, sorry, go ahead. I wasn't talking.
Someone will correct me about that in the comments section, I guarantee it. So then, where did the idea of the 3 offices come from? Well, it seems like Jerome is writing about it and is explaining why this was necessary. Now,
there is also a diaconissa, who is the wife of a deacon.
Okay.
So there are some who are ordained to the diaconate that if they are to be permanent deacons, they're allowed to be married. But typically, if someone is ordained as a deacon with the anticipation to become a priest, you are to be married before your ordination.
Okay.
Now, I really want you guys to go watch his entire video, but listen to how he quotes Jerome, who seems to give an explanation on how we got to this idea of 3 offices. Jerome is writing a couple hundred years after Ignatius and Polycarp and all these guys, and listen to his explanation.
As is well known, in his commentary on Titus chapter 1, verse 5, Jerome states that in the early church during the 1st century, the office of presbyter, which is indicated by the term priest here, was the same office as a bishop, and that the churches were governed by a common council of presbyters. That was until there existed men who were slanderers and began to break.
Well, to be fair, the churches were a lot smaller back then, so there wasn't really a need for as many like bishops and priests being like a separate office in that time period. I mean, I don't like. There's nothing wrong with like holding to that in the sense of like when there was barely any churches that existed, right, in the early church, like in like the first, second century and things like that. That doesn't exactly follow that like therefore that is the permanent system in which it goes.
Apart the church and cause schisms because of their errors. When this happened, it was decreed for the whole world that one of the presbyters, priests, should be elected to preside over the others. Later on in this commentary, he doubles down on this understanding by saying that presbyters were the same as bishops, initially speaking, but gradually, as dissensions were eradicated, all solicitude was conferred on one man. Jerome's understanding of the development of the three office view fits beautifully with the primary reason why Ignatius writes his letters in the first place. The primary reason why Ignatius writes his letters is because he is concerned about the unity of the church. He is afraid that heretics and schismatics are going to infiltrate the church, causing schisms and breaking the unity of the church. So it makes sense why Jerome states that the church started with a strict two-office view, as is found in the New Testament and Clement of Rome, among others, but that as time went on and people began to cause schisms in the church, one of those presbyters was elected above the rest to serve as a symbol of unity. In another one of his letters, in letter 146, Jerome compares this process of presbyters appointing a bishop to preside over them as soldiers appointing a general to preside over them as they head into battle.
Another way to possibly look at it is that as time went on and there became divisions, they wanted to elect a first among equals, if you will. If you look at how Eastern Orthodox believe the papacy developed, was that, yes, the Bishop of Rome was kind of a first among equals initially, and then over time, that office became more and more and more powerful. So I'm not saying that this invalidates any other church. Remember, as a Protestant, I believe other churches are valid churches. I believe they have valid communions, but they don't believe the same about us. Now, consider this for a second.
That's a historical argument. The reason why we would say that, because they're not part of that body. Not part of the body that administers the Eucharist.
If there's only one office, specifically elder, overseer, presbyter, priest, one office, and then deacons, and then the third office came out of a necessity to create a unification and have a first among equals to settle different.
That argument doesn't work because St. Ignatius of Antioch still held to the three system prior to there being any schisms. So there obviously were still people that held to it prior to there being a bunch of breakaways. He did believe that there were separate offices. And if he believed that there were separate offices, in some way, shape, or form, he was probably experiencing that office in Antioch. So that's not true.
Different matters and keep out schismatics, then the idea that apostolic succession only being passed down through bishops is not really as significant for the Protestant, because Martin Luther, the leader of the Protestant Reformation, and there was other reformers as well, he was a priest. So if Luther was a priest, and remember, in our context, a priest, an overseer, an elder, bishop, all interchangeable, then that means that there is an apostolic succession that goes through Luther to the different streams of Christianity, specifically Protestants. So in my circles, no one just self-appoints themselves.
Yes, they do. Literally, they do. Ruslan, if somebody at your church disagrees with you and decides that he doesn't want to attend your church anymore and he believes that he could teach better, he literally would go start a church across the street from yours and say that he's the pastor. Anybody can do that, in your view. So trying to use an argument of saying, like, we do have apostolic succession is ridiculous, because you do know, obviously, that there are Protestant sects that legitimately have absolutely no capability of even showing that at all. And so with that being said, if you're trying to use this as an argument, then you are invalidating like pretty much most non-denominational like Christians entirely, like being under that. So I don't know why you're trying to use it as an argument to like show your position.
As a bishop or as a priest or pastor, any of those sorts of things, there is a laying of hands that happens by other overseers and elders, and then that person is ordained as a lead pastor / overseer elder.
Ordained by who? by themselves when they decide to disagree with your church and go start their own?
Oh, wait, I mean, really quick, he doesn't have. It's just like go start your own church. We believe other traditions are valid. Like, is there even an actual standard, or just
There's not, no. Like I said, like he's trying to use apostolic succession as an argument, saying like Protestants technically have it too. But
He's
then,
trying to make
he's
it-
invalidating all of the ones that literally just started for themselves. Like, does he think that because Luther started the Reformation and he technically had a physical lineage, that therefore all Protestant pastors somehow come from him? Is that the argument that he's making?
Dude, I mean, the Luther would spit out majority of the Protestant pastors now today. Like, he'd spit them out.
I was about to say, I was like, freaking Luther would freaking crash out if he saw a lot of the, like, especially Ruslan's church. So trying to say that like Luther was on his side is ridiculous, because I'm pretty dang sure that Luther would not have approved.
Well, I mean,
Ruslan
Luther himself, I'm referring to the Greek Orthodox. I mean, he says they are the best followers of Jesus Christ, and they are not heretics nor schismatics. That's a quote
So when
from
I had the
Luther.
beautiful privilege of sitting down with Father Josiah at dinner, and he was saying that he had no bishop, I looked at him and said, I do have a bishop. My pastor, my elder overseer, Pastor Jeff Morris of Rhythm Church, is my bishop. That we see that title as interchangeable. That might sound very scandalous to those of you guys who are of high church, but I just want you to understand how some of us come to these conclusions. And by the way, biblical understanding, he's a Presbyterian, so he also holds to this, so we have probably some theological things we disagree on. And he says this in his video, that even if we were to concede there being a three-office view of leadership in the church, that still doesn't prove that Eastern Orthodoxy or Catholicism is true, because Anglicans have apostolic succession. And so if I were convinced that there has to be a bishop that's outside of my elder overseer, which I'm not, I would just become Anglican. Shout out Glenn Scrivener. So anyway, I'm not making this video to pick a fight. I really don't want to, and I'm not going to go back and forth in the comments with you guys, nor do I want to be some sort of Protestant apologist. This is just something that comes up. Ruslan, why are you not Orthodox? Why are you not Catholic? And again, I love my Orthodox folks. I love my Catholic folks. Unlike your view towards us Protestants, we believe you have a valid church and a valid community.
Can you pause
And
that?
Maybe.
Why does he always have to preface that he loves us right before he needs to explain why he's not Catholic? He doesn't even explain why he's not Catholic or Orthodox. He just says, oh, I love you guys. I respect your tradition. It's just we do things differently. Like, it's just no reasoning. Like, no valid reasoning, at least.
If you are unsure about how we land at our conclusions, this video will at least let you know that there has been scholarship and work and study on this, and guys way smarter than me who have tackled these issues. And I am not claiming to be a scholar or an expert here. I'm just trying to help my viewers synthesize how I came to these conclusions and why I remain in the type of church that I remain in. So if you want to see my conversation with Father Hares, check that out over here. He's an Eastern Orthodox priest. If you want to see my conversation with Father Simon, he is a Catholic priest. Love both of them. I think they're both awesome, but I remain unpersuaded. And if you want to get that free 60-day trial of Logos Bible software, be sure to check that out over here, or hit the pinned comment below so that you can get your free trial of Logos and study the scripture in deeper understanding, and then jump into the original language to see if you're persuaded or not. All right, I'll see you over there. Peace.
Jeez, what a fucking... Oh, it's tragic. But he never gave an argument for that. He just said,
Yeah,
there's
it's
no argument.
ridiculous. But
and
anyway,
then what is the
what
before you go? I just what really, regardless of the position that he holds, is I think yeah, that's actually fire. Like the charismatic sophistry, bro, is, and the piety signaling is so irritating, dude.
Yeah, very.
I love you guys. You guys are amazing. I'm like, well, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I don't get it. It's not necessary.
Anyways.
But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here, guys. God bless all of you. Appreciate the stream tonight. It was very good. Pretty good stream. Good people came up tonight. So yeah.
So Danny came in.
I'll catch you guys later, man.